What's up, guys? Welcome to Crossover Harry. We've got something special today. What if Harry was the secret son of Dracula and arrived at Forks, making every Cullen and Volturi member bow immediately? Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, Arrival. The plane touched down at Seattle-Tacoma International at 6:47 in the morning, and Harry Potter stepped off it carrying one bag, one wand, and the particular brand of exhaustion that only comes from having survived too many things that should have killed you. He hadn't slept on the flight. He never really slept anymore, not the deep, unconscious kind that normal 17-year-olds took for granted. He'd sat in his window seat for 9 hours watching the Atlantic give way to the American interior, and he'd thought about nothing in particular, which was something he'd gotten very good at over the last year. The terminal was half empty at this hour, all gleaming floors and distant announcements and the smell of burnt coffee drifting from a closed kiosk. Harry moved through it the way he moved through most spaces, efficiently, without drawing attention, head slightly down. A reflex from years of trying to be invisible in the Dursley household. It didn't work the way it used to. Something about the way he carried himself now made people look anyway, and then look away quickly, vaguely unsettled without knowing why. He collected the rest of his shrunken luggage from his jacket pocket, enlarged it in a bathroom stall, and caught the bus to the rental car office. He'd gotten his Muggle driving license 3 months ago in a single afternoon using a calm, unblinking stare that the examiner later described to his wife as the most unnerving experience of his professional career. Harry had passed with a perfect score. The drive from Seattle to Forks took about 3 hours. He did it with the windows down despite the October cold, one hand on the wheel, watching the landscape change from urban sprawl to pine forest to the particular deep green of the Olympic Peninsula, which looked like someone had wrung every shade of gray out of the sky and poured it into the trees instead. He didn't put music on. He just drove. Forks was smaller than he'd expected, which was saying something because he'd expected it to be very small. One main street, a diner, a hardware store, a high school that looked like it had been built in a decade that no longer had opinions about architecture. Population around 3,000, according to the information packet Hermione had assembled for him with her usual thoroughness, which also included topographical maps, local supernatural activity reports, and a 2-page appendix on the nearby Quileute tribe that Harry had found considerably more interesting than the rest of it. He'd rented a house on the edge of town, a small, dark-wooded thing set back from the road with a creek running behind it that he could hear from the bedroom window. He spent his first afternoon unpacking, which took 20 minutes because he'd packed light and used a few organization charms to sort the rest, and then he stood in the kitchen drinking tea and looking out at the trees. He was here because of a letter. Not Hogwarts. He was done with Hogwarts. Done with the war, done with the wizarding world's peculiar habit of nearly killing him and then throwing a parade about it afterward. The letter had come 6 weeks ago, forwarded through 3 different magical post offices before it found him in the small flat in Edinburgh where he'd been living alone and telling himself he was fine. It had been written on paper so old it felt like skin. My son, if you are reading this, then Dumbledore has finally done as I asked, though I suspect he delayed longer than he should have. There are things about your blood that you deserve to know. Things that James Potter, who was a good man and deserving of your love, could not have told you because he did not know them himself. Come to Forks, Washington. The answers are there. So are beings who will recognize you before you have to explain yourself. There is a journal. You will know it when you find it. VD. He'd read it 17 times on the flight over. He had no idea what to do with it, so he'd done what he always did with things he couldn't yet process. He'd folded it carefully, put it in his breast pocket, and got on with the practical business of being alive. Tomorrow was Monday. He'd enrolled in Forks High School because Hermione had told him that maintaining a normal cover was strategically sound, and because some part of him that he hadn't quite examined yet wanted to know what normal felt like when you weren't simultaneously preparing for a war. He made eggs for dinner, read for 2 hours, and went to bed. He lay in the dark listening to the creek for a long time. He didn't sleep. The school parking lot was wet and smelled of pine needles and exhaust. Harry pulled in at 7:45 and sat in his car for a moment, looking at the building. A few students were clustered near the entrance, shoulders hunched against the drizzle, breath coming in small clouds. He watched them the way he watched most things, quietly, cataloging without judgment. He got out of the car. The rain hit his face and he didn't flinch from it. He'd spent enough time in worse weather that drizzle barely registered. He was halfway to the entrance when he felt it, a subtle shift in the air pressure, like the moment before a thunderstorm, except there were no clouds building. Something aware had noticed him. He didn't stop walking. He didn't look around. He just noted it the way you'd note a change in wind direction, tucked it away, and pushed through the front doors. The office was warm and smelled of old paper and hand sanitizer. The woman at the desk, Mrs. Cope, according to the nameplate, looked up when he came in and blinked once, in that way people sometimes did around him now, like they'd seen something move in their peripheral vision and couldn't quite locate it. "Harry Potter," she said, checking her computer. "That's me." She printed his schedule and a map and a permission slip for something about a field trip in November, talking the whole time about how nice it was to have a new student and how small the school was and how he'd settle in no time. He listened politely. He said thank you at the right moments. He took his papers and left. First period was English literature, which was fine. He'd read most of the curriculum already, and the teacher, Mr. Varner, mid-40s, tired in the specific way of people who had entered a profession expecting to love it, asked him to introduce himself to the class, and he did, briefly, and then they moved on. He was aware of being looked at. This was not new. What was new was the way it intensified between second and third period, when he turned a corner in the hallway and felt that pressure again, closer this time, like a hand hovering an inch from the back of his neck. He turned around. The hallway was busy, students moving in both directions, lockers slamming. But there was a pocket of stillness near the far end, 5 figures moving against the current in a way that was slightly too coordinated, too fluid. They were impossibly good-looking in that particular way that set the brain slightly on edge, the way a painting is beautiful but doesn't quite breathe. The Cullens. He recognized them from the description in Hermione's file, though the file hadn't quite captured the effect of them in person, the way the crowd instinctively parted, the way the fluorescent light seemed inadequate to actually illuminate them properly. There were 5 of them. The big one, Emmett, broad-shouldered and grinning at something the short dark-haired one beside him had said. A blonde couple, classically beautiful and walking with the specific posture of people who had decided long ago that the world was beneath their notice. And the one in front. Edward Cullen stopped walking. It was subtle, a half-second pause, so brief that a human would have missed it entirely. His head came up. His amber eyes, moving through the hallway in that automatic survey that Harry had already clocked as a habit, landed on Harry. And went very, very still. Harry held his gaze for exactly 1 second, then looked away and turned back toward his classroom. Behind him, he heard someone say something too quietly for a human to catch. He caught it anyway. "Edward, what's wrong?" A pause. "I don't know." He heard them talking about him at lunch. This was not eavesdropping. The school cafeteria was a single large room and Harry's hearing had been doing things for the past year that he couldn't fully explain, picking up conversations at distances that should have been impossible, filtering ambient noise the way a skilled wizard filters magical signatures. He sat alone at a corner table, by choice, not circumstance. 2 different girls had tried to invite him to sit with them and he declined politely enough that they'd smiled anyway, and ate his food and listened without appearing to. "He's a transfer from England," said the small dark-haired one. "Alice. I should have seen him coming. I should have seen something. Maybe you missed it." That was Emmett. "I don't miss things. Alice." Edward's voice, quiet and carrying a note Harry recognized, the note of someone trying to keep themselves together through sheer will. "His mind is completely silent." A pause. "What?" said Emmett. "I cannot read him. At all. There's nothing, it's not like he's blocking me, it's not like the shield, it's just silence. Like trying to hear a room that doesn't exist." That's not possible, said the blonde girl, Rosalie, and Harry could hear the dismissiveness in it even at 40 feet. I know that, said Edward. Maybe he's just boring, said Emmett. Nobody is that boring. Harry ate his sandwich. He was aware, without turning around, that Edward was looking at him. He was also aware, and this was the interesting part, that the awareness was two-directional. Whatever Edward was experiencing when he looked at Harry, Harry could feel the weight of the attention with a clarity that had nothing to do with his wizard's instincts and everything to do with something deeper, something that had been waking up in him by slow degrees for the past several months. He took a sip of water. Then Emmett Cullen was pulling out the chair across from him and sitting down with the casual confidence of someone who had never been told no by anything and half expected that to continue. Hey, said Emmett. You're the new guy. Observant, said Harry. Emmett grinned. It was a good grin, broad and uncomplicated, and Harry could tell that Emmett used it the way some people used a handshake, as a first test of the territory. Harry, right? I'm Emmett Cullen. I know who you are. Something flickered in Emmett's expression, not offense, just recalibration. He leaned forward slightly, elbows on the table, and Harry recognized the body language. It was what big, powerful people did when they wanted to remind you of what they were without having to say it directly. Harry had been on the receiving end of it from Death Eaters, from Ministry officials, from Voldemort himself. Compared to that particular company, Emmett Cullen's version was practically gentle. So, said Emmett. Where are you from? England. Yeah, we got that. What part? The part where I grew up, said Harry pleasantly. Emmett's grin sharpened. Not unfriendly, he seemed like someone who actually enjoyed a bit of friction, found it more interesting than easy conversation. You always this chatty? Only with people I find interesting. And I'm not interesting. Harry looked at him directly for the first time, properly, the way he looked at things he was actually assessing. Emmett held it for about 3 seconds, then blinked once, quickly, and sat back half an inch. He probably didn't even notice he'd done it. You're interesting enough, said Harry. But you came over here because your brother asked you to, not because you wanted to, and you're trying to figure out what I am without asking directly. So we could keep dancing around it, or you could just ask. A silence. Then Emmett laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him. Okay, he said. I like you. That's not what I expected. Most people don't. Fair. Emmett glanced back at the table where his siblings were watching with varying degrees of composure, Alice curious, Rosalie unreadable, Edward taut as a wire. So what are you? Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he went back to his sandwich. A student, he said. Same as you. Emmett opened his mouth. Same as you, Harry said again, mildly, without looking up, and there was something in the repetition that made Emmett close his mouth again and decide, without quite knowing why, that this particular line of questioning was finished. He left 5 minutes later. Harry watched him go. Then he looked up, across the cafeteria, and met Edward's eyes directly. Edward was rigid in his chair, staring with the intensity of someone straining to hear something just out of range. He looked, Harry thought, profoundly uncomfortable, like a man who had lost a sense he'd had for so long he'd forgotten it was possible to be without it. Harry held the eye contact for a moment. Then he looked away and finished his lunch. The afternoon passed in the ordinary rhythm of new student administration, collecting syllabi, being introduced to teachers, navigating the particular social geometry of a small high school where everyone had known everyone else since kindergarten and a new face was an event. He had biology with Edward Cullen. The classroom had paired lab benches and the only available seat was the one beside him, which Harry suspected had been empty for reasons that had nothing to do with coincidence. Edward was already seated when Harry came in, very still in the particular way of someone who had made a decision about their behavior and was maintaining it through discipline rather than comfort. Harry sat down. The temperature at the bench dropped by a noticeable degree, the cold coming off Edward like a draft from an open freezer. Harry noted it with the same calm he noted everything and took out his textbook. "Harry Potter," said Edward quietly, not looking at him. His voice was controlled in a way that took effort. "Edward Cullen," said Harry, in the same tone. A pause. "You know what I am," said Edward. It wasn't quite a question. "I have a pretty good idea." "And you're not," Edward stopped. "Afraid?" Harry turned to look at him. "No." Edward turned at the same time, and they were very close at the narrow lab bench, and Harry watched him trying, he could almost see it, the mental reaching, the searching, and finding nothing. The absence seemed to physically bother him, like tinnitus in reverse. "I can hear everyone," Edward said, very quietly. "In this room. Every thought they've had in the last 10 minutes. I've been able to do that since 1918. You are the first person I have sat next to in over 100 years whose mind is completely—" He stopped again. "Silent," said Harry. "Yes. Does that bother you?" Edward considered that question with what seemed like genuine honesty. "It should make me suspicious," he said. "It doesn't. It's more like," he frowned. "It's like standing in a very loud room for a very long time and then stepping outside." "Quiet," said Harry. "Yes." The teacher started talking. They both turned forward. After a few minutes, Harry said, quietly enough that only Edward could catch it, "I'm not going to hurt your family." Edward was still for a moment. Then he said, equally quiet, "I know. I don't know how I know. But I do." Harry nodded once and opened his textbook to page 47. They worked through the lab exercise in a comfortable enough silence that the teacher, glancing at them, felt obscurely relieved without knowing why. He was walking to his car at the end of the day when he heard the sound of footsteps behind him, fast, deliberate, not quite right in the way human footsteps are right. He kept walking. "Hey!" He stopped and turned. Alice Cullen was standing 6 feet away, arms crossed, her dark eyes sharp and direct in a way he found immediately more interesting than most of the careful maneuvering of the day. "You should know," she said without preamble, "that I can see everyone's future. Everyone in this school, everyone in this town, everyone my family has ever met." She paused. "I cannot see yours. Not a single second of it. Every time I try, I get nothing," said Harry. "Darkness," she said. "Not empty darkness. Full darkness. Like trying to look at the sun." She tilted her head. There was no performance in it, no social calculation, she was genuinely, intensely curious. "What are you?" Harry looked at her for a moment. He liked her directness. There was something refreshing about a supernatural creature who led with honesty instead of positioning. "Still working that out myself," he said. She studied him. "You're not a vampire." "No. Not a werewolf." "Also no. You're not entirely human either." He said nothing to that one, which was, he supposed, an answer. Alice uncrossed her arms and put her hands in her jacket pockets. The direct stare hadn't softened exactly, but it had shifted, from assessment to something closer to decision. "My family is going to want to know more about you," she said. "I know. Carlisle will probably want to invite you over. He's the reasonable one. He'll be curious rather than territorial." "Good. Rosalie will be hostile for a while." "That's fine. Emmett thinks you're funny." "I know. I liked him too." Something very close to a smile crossed Alice's face. "Edward is going to lose his mind a little. He seems like he's managing. He's been very carefully not reading your mind since second period and it's making him insane." She said it with the fond exasperation of someone reporting on a sibling's entirely predictable behavior. "He doesn't deal well with information gaps. He'll adjust." Alice nodded. Then she said, without any particular drama, "You should know, whatever you are, whatever's coming, I get the feeling it's going to land on all of us." I can't see it. But I can feel the shape of it coming, like weather. She met his eyes. I want you to know that I'm choosing to be curious about that rather than afraid. Harry looked at her for a long moment. That's a good choice, he said. I know, said Alice, and smiled properly for the first time, small and quick. I'm very smart. She turned and walked back toward the school building. See you tomorrow, Harry Potter, she called over her shoulder. He watched her go, then turned back to his car. The afternoon light, what passed for afternoon light in Forks, which was really just a slightly paler gray than the surrounding gray, sat on the wet asphalt in dull silver patches. He stood for a moment with his hand on the door handle. Something had shifted today. He'd known it would, some part of him had felt it before he even landed in Seattle, a low hum of inevitability that he'd grown too familiar with over 17 years of extraordinary circumstances to mistake for anything other than what it was. Things were beginning. He got into the car. The house was quiet when he got back. He made tea, changed out of his school clothes into jeans and a dark jumper, and sat at the kitchen table with the letter in front of him. He'd read it again on the plane, and again last night, and he read it again now. There is a journal. You will know it when you find it. He'd searched the house when he first arrived, not obviously, not destructively, but carefully, the way Aurors searched a scene. He hadn't found anything unusual. But he'd also only been here a day, and you will know it when you find it sounded less like a geographic instruction and more like something that would happen when conditions were right. He folded the letter and slid it back into his breast pocket. Then he opened his school bag and looked at his biology homework, an analysis of cellular respiration cycles that he could do in his sleep, and then he closed the bag again without doing it. He was thinking about what Edward had said. Like standing in a very loud room and stepping outside. Harry had never been particularly loud, by any measure he could think of. He was quiet by temperament, economical with words, careful about what he showed to whom. But he was beginning to understand that whatever lived in his blood was not quiet. It was very, very still, the way deep water is still, the way the eye of a storm is still. And there is a difference, something that has never moved, and something that is choosing not to move right now. He sat with that for a while. Outside, the creek ran over stones in the dark, constant and unhurried, and the rain started again, tapping at the kitchen window with the patient persistence of something that had all the time in the world. His phone buzzed. Hermione. Settled in? He typed back. More or less. Any supernatural activity? He considered that for a moment. Met the Cullens. The response took a few seconds longer than usual, which for Hermione meant she was choosing her words carefully. And? Interesting, he typed. Then, after a pause, the telepath can't read me. Harry. A longer pause. Is that new? He looked at the wall for a moment. I don't know. He put the phone face down on the table. He hadn't told Hermione or Ron everything about what had been happening this year, the incremental, strange shifts in himself that had begun in the months after the Battle of Hogwarts and hadn't stopped. The hearing, first. Then the reflexes, already exceptional, tipping into something that stopped feeling human. A stillness that came over him sometimes that wasn't calm exactly but was something deeper than calm, something closer to what mountains probably feel. Cold in rooms that others found warm. Eyes that had begun to catch light in ways eyes shouldn't catch light, just briefly, just at odd moments, in reflections and dark windows. He hadn't told them because he didn't have an explanation to offer. He didn't know what was happening, only that it wasn't stopping, and that it wasn't hurting him, and that whatever it was moving toward, he wasn't afraid of it. The letter was 6 weeks old. He was in Forks. The next step would come when it came. He was 17 years old and had faced Voldemort 4 times and died once and come back, and whatever was written in his blood by a father he had never met, it was his, and he would look at it straight. He pulled his biology homework out of his bag and did it in 14 minutes. Then he went to bed, listened to the creek, and did not sleep. At 3 a.m., something changed. He was lying still, eyes open in the dark, when the feeling hit him, not a sound, not a vision, a sensation in his chest like a key turning in a lock that had been installed without his knowledge. He sat up. The room was dark and cold and ordinary. Rain against the window. The creek. The distant highway. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and put his feet on the floor and sat there, waiting, the way he'd learned to wait, without tension, without anticipation, just present and open and ready for whatever was coming next. Nothing came. But the sensation didn't go away. It settled instead, lower in his chest, like a pilot light, small, constant, and undeniably there. Something woken that had been sleeping. Something that recognized, perhaps, that it was in the right place now. That whatever it had been waiting for had begun. He sat in the dark for a long time with that small warm point of awareness burning quietly in his chest. Then he got up, went to the kitchen, made tea, and sat at the table as the window started to show the faintest gray suggestion of a coming dawn. On the table in front of him, the pages of his biology homework riffled once in a draft from somewhere, despite the fact that all the windows were closed. He put his hand flat on the pages to still them. He looked at his hand. For just a moment, half a second, no more, his eyes caught the kitchen light and threw it back, green gold and burning, like something very old looking out through a young face. Then it was gone, and he was just Harry, 17, tired, drinking tea in the gray first light of a Tuesday morning in the smallest town in Washington. He took a sip. Right, he said quietly to the empty kitchen. He was here. Whatever came next could come. Chapter 2, The First Bow. Cullen called at 7 in the morning. Harry was on his second cup of tea when his phone rang, the number unfamiliar but the area code local, and he had a feeling before he even answered it. Harry Potter, he said. A brief pause, and then a voice that managed to be both measured and warm, like a doctor's voice, the kind that had learned to carry bad news gently. This is Carlisle Cullen. I hope I'm not calling too early. You're not. Good. Another small pause, different from the first, not uncertain, just thoughtful, the pause of someone choosing words with genuine care rather than strategic calculation. My family told me about you. I hope you'll forgive the directness, but I suspect you prefer it. You suspect correctly. I'd like to invite you to dinner. Tonight, if you're free. I understand that's very short notice, and I understand equally well that the invitation probably sounds, he seemed to search for the right word. Loaded, said Harry. Carlisle made a quiet sound that might have been a laugh. That's accurate. There are things I'd like to discuss with you, and I think there are things you might want to ask us as well. The house is more comfortable than a restaurant for these kinds of conversations. Harry looked out the kitchen window at the trees, which were deep green and dripping with last night's rain, indifferent and solid and reassuring in the way that old things are. What time? He said. 7. I'll be there. He hung up and finished his tea. School on Tuesday moved differently. He understood the geography now, which hallways emptied fastest after the bell, where the sun came through the windows at angles that were worth avoiding if you didn't want to be stared at, the precise social orbit of every table in the cafeteria. He'd mapped it unconsciously the day before and moved through it today with the fluid ease of someone who had learned to read rooms before he'd learned to read books. The Cullens were aware of him in a way that they were trying, with varying success, to be subtle about. Rosalie Hale was the least subtle, which was interesting because she struck Harry as someone who prided herself on control. She watched him the way people watch something they haven't categorized yet, not hostility exactly, but the taut preparation for hostility, held in reserve. She was the most conventionally beautiful person Harry had ever seen in his life, with the kind of physical perfection that stopped feeling like a compliment after a while and became something closer to a warning. She sat in AP chemistry and did not speak to him and watched him anyway, and Harry let her, and did not perform any kind of response to it because there was nothing to perform. Jasper Hale was different. Quiet in the way that Harry was quiet, economical, contained, watchful. He was the only one who didn't seem to be trying to figure out what Harry was. He sat 2 rows behind him in American history, and Harry felt something from him that was strange and specific, the way you feel the attention of someone who has been through something recognizable, some variant of the same fire, and knows not to poke at another person's burns. After class, Jasper fell into step beside him in the hallway without any preamble, matching his pace. "You were in a war," Jasper said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," said Harry. "Recently. About a year ago." Jasper nodded. He had a drawl under his careful speech, faint but present, something old. "It changes how you stand," he said. "How you look at exits. You clocked the emergency door before you sat down. Habit." "Me too." A pause. They walked. "Emmett said you're coming to the house tonight." "Carlisle invited me." "Carlisle invites everyone." It was said without any edge. "He's compulsively hospitable. But he doesn't call people at 7 in the morning." Harry glanced at him. Jasper was looking straight ahead. "He's curious about you," Jasper continued. "That's not unusual. What's unusual is that he sounded, when he told Esme about the call, he sounded the way he sounds when something genuinely surprises him. That happens maybe once every 30 years. "Good surprise or bad surprise?" said Harry. Jasper was quiet for a moment. "I think he doesn't know yet," he said honestly. "But he's leaning toward good." They reached the fork in the hallway where their paths diverged, and Jasper stopped, and Harry stopped with him. "For what it's worth," Jasper said, "whatever you are, the family feels it differently than I do. To them, it's like pressure. Like gravity coming from an unexpected direction." He looked at Harry directly for the first time, yellow eyes steady. "To me, it feels like rank." Harry held his gaze for a moment. "And how do you feel about that?" Jasper considered it. "I was a soldier," he said. "And then I was something worse than a soldier, for a long time. I know what it feels like to be in the presence of something you answer to." He paused. "I'm not sure I mind it, coming from you. That probably should concern me more than it does." He turned and walked away down the hall. Harry watched him go. Rank, he thought. The word sat in his chest next to that pilot light that had been burning since 3 a.m., and neither of them moved. The Cullen house was at the end of a long private road that wound through dense forest, and when Harry's headlights finally swept across it at 5 to 7, he stopped the car for a moment and looked at it. It was extraordinary. Not in the way of mansions that wanted you to know they were extraordinary, not ostentatious, not performing wealth. It was beautiful the way well-made things are beautiful, with the deep quiet confidence of something built to last. 4 stories of white and glass set into the trees, windows lit warm against the dark. It looked like it had grown there rather than been constructed. He parked and got out and walked to the front door. He hadn't taken more than 3 steps on the front path when the feeling hit him. It rolled out from the house like a wave, not physical, not magical in the way he understood magic, but something older than either of those categories, something that moved through the air the way a very low sound moves through stone. Whatever lived in his blood recognized it immediately and responded, the way an instrument responds to a frequency it's been tuned for. His entire body went still, absolutely still, with the focused quiet of a predator that has found what it was looking for without knowing it was searching. These were old things in that house. Old, and aware that something older had arrived outside. He knocked. Esme Cullen opened the door, and whatever she'd been expecting, whatever careful, welcoming greeting she'd prepared, she stopped. Her expression did something complicated and brief, something that crossed through recognition and wonder and something closer to reverence before she collected herself. She was warm-faced, soft-eyed, with the particular quality of someone who had chosen love as a practice rather than an emotion. "Harry," she said, and her voice was steady, but only just. "Please come in." He stepped through the door. He heard it before he saw it. A sound, barely a sound, a collective intake of breath that wasn't breath, more like the drawing inward that a flame does in wind. From the living room, from the stairs, from different points around him, the Cullen family reacted to his presence in the house the way the surface of water reacts to a stone, all at once, in every direction, the ripple going outward faster than he could track. He stepped into the living room doorway. They were all there. Carlyle standing by the fireplace, Esme behind Harry now, Edward to one side, Alice perched on the arm of a chair, Emmett and Rosalie on the large sofa, Jasper by the window. They'd arranged themselves with the unconscious instinct of people bracing for something, and the moment Harry fully entered the room, the arrangement fell apart. It wasn't all of them at once. Emmett went first. He made a sound that was genuinely startled, almost offended, and his knees hit the floor before he'd apparently made any decision about that. Then Jasper, smooth and immediate, like a soldier going to attention. Then Alice, sliding off the arm of the chair to kneel with wide eyes that were more wondering than afraid. Rosalie lasted 3 more seconds, her jaw tight, her hands gripping the arm of the sofa, fighting it with everything she had. Then she was kneeling too, and she looked furious about it, which Harry found the most honest response in the room. Esme had gone to one knee behind him. He turned to see it and she met his eyes and there were no words in her expression, just something open and ancient and sure. And then Carlyle. Carlyle Cullen, 362 years old, who had spent centuries learning to be measured and reasonable and scientifically rigorous about the world, Carlyle crossed from the fireplace and went to one knee in the center of his own living room with the gravity of someone completing a motion they had been building toward for a very long time. His head bowed once. Then he looked up, clear-eyed. "I suspected," he said. His voice was composed, but underneath it was something enormous held very carefully. "When Alice couldn't see you. When Edward went silent at the dinner table last night in a way I've never seen. I suspected, but I didn't." He stopped. "You are his." "I don't know enough yet to confirm that," said Harry. "I do," said Carlyle quietly. "I've lived 3 centuries. I have met 3 things in that time that made me feel this way, standing in their presence. The first was Arrow, the second was his master. The third time is now." The fire in the grate crackled. Outside, the forest was entirely silent, no owls, no movement of any kind, as if the night itself had paused. Harry looked around the room, at 7 vampires kneeling in their own home, some willing, some bewildered, one deeply irritated, and felt something he hadn't expected to feel. Uncomfortable. Not afraid. Not overwhelmed. Just, uncomfortable, in the way of someone who has been handed something precious and breakable and isn't sure where to put it. "Please get up," he said. "All of you." They rose. Rosalie did it fastest, straightening with the dignity of someone who had decided the previous 30 seconds had never happened. Emmett looked delighted by the entire experience, which tracked. Alice was watching Harry with those wide dark eyes that had too much in them for him to fully read. "Thank you," said Carlyle, and the thank you seemed to contain several layers. "Sit down," said Harry. "All of you. Please." He pulled up a chair himself, turned it around, sat with his arms resting on the back of it. The deliberate informality of it seemed to help, shoulders came down, the room's pitched wire tension dropped half a notch. "I have questions," he said. "If you have answers, I want them. If you don't, say so and we'll move on. I'm not here to perform anything and I'm not here to be deferred to. I'm here because I was told Forks would give me answers, and so far the first answer seems to be you." Carlyle settled into the armchair across from him. The others found their places. Even Rosalie sat, though she did it with a quality of deliberateness that communicated clearly that she was doing it of her own choice and not because anyone's blood had told her to. "Ask," said Carlyle. "How old is the name Dracula to you?" Harry said. The room reacted again, not with movement this time, but with a quality of stillness that was itself a response. Edward's eyes closed briefly. Alice's hands tightened in her lap. Carlyle was steady. "Ancient," he said. "Older than the Volturi." Older than any vampire lineage currently surviving. In the circles I've moved in, his name is spoken the way people speak about fundamental forces. Not a person, really. A fact of the world. Did you ever meet him? No. Carlyle's voice was certain. No one I know personally has met him. There are texts, in Arrow's library, I was permitted to see some of them, years ago, that describe him as the first. Not the first made vampire. The first. The origin point. The one all others descend from, said Harry. In the way that all rivers descend from mountains, yes. Carlyle leaned forward slightly. Harry, the letter you received, how do you know about a letter? I don't, said Carlyle. But you arrived in Forks carrying a specific kind of purposefulness that I recognize. You're not running toward something easy. He paused. Are you his son? The fire popped. Rain started against the tall windows. His letter says so, said Harry. My mother, he paused. The thought was complicated, touching on things he was still unraveling. My mother met him before she died. She moved in unusual circles. The magical world. He watched for a reaction. Carlyle nodded slowly, unsurprised in a way that was itself informative. You know about wizards. I know they exist. I've had limited contact. Arrow has more. Right. Harry filed that. She met him and he stopped again. I grew up believing James Potter was my father. He was. In every way that matters, he was. But biologically, he looked at his hands for a moment. Just his hands, resting on the back of the chair. Something has been waking up in me for the past year. Since the battle since the end of the war. Since you died, said Edward quietly. Harry looked at him. You died, Edward said. Not accusing, not dramatic. Factual. I can't read your mind, but I can read the history of a body. Something about you, the way you exist in space, you've been on the other side of the line. Yes, said Harry. And when you came back, said Edward carefully, the blood woke up. That's one way to put it. The room sat with that. Emmett, to his credit, was the first to break it, which seemed characteristic. So you're half, he gestured vaguely. Something, said Harry. I don't have a clean word for it yet. But the bow, said Alice. She said it thoughtfully, not awkwardly, like someone turning over a puzzle piece. That wasn't, I've never done that. In 100 years, I've never, none of us have, said Carlyle. It was involuntary. I want to be very clear about that. He looked at Harry directly. It wasn't fear and it wasn't compulsion. It was, he searched. Recognition. The way a compass responds to magnetic north. You're describing instinct, said Harry. Yes. Does that bother you? Carlyle thought about it honestly. Harry could see him doing it, turning the question over with the careful precision of someone who had spent centuries learning not to answer before he was sure. It should, perhaps, he said. But it doesn't. And I find my lack of discomfort more interesting than the bow itself. He met Harry's eyes. What does bother me is the implication of your presence here. If you are what I believe you are, there are others who will recognize you as quickly as we did. Others who will not react as temperately. The Volturi, said Harry. Yes. Carlyle's voice was careful now. Arrow, specifically. He has spent 3,000 years believing himself to be the supreme authority of the vampire world. If someone exists who supersedes that authority simply by existing, he'll want to own it, said Edward. Or destroy it. He can't destroy it, said Jasper, from the window. He'd said nothing since Harry arrived and now everyone turned to look at him. He was looking at Harry with that same steady assessment he'd had in the hallway. If the bloodline is what Carlyle thinks it is, Arrow couldn't destroy it with his full guard. He'd know that. He paused. Which means he'll try for the first option. He's welcome to try that too, said Harry. The quiet that followed that statement was a different kind of quiet. Not the reverent silence of the bow, this was the silence of 7 very old, very experienced supernatural beings registering a piece of information about another creature's confidence and recalibrating their risk assessment accordingly. Emmett made a sound that was definitely a laugh, quickly converted to a cough. Rosalie, who had been silent for the entire conversation, spoke for the first time. Her voice was cool and precise. You're 17 years old. Yes, said Harry. You've been in this town for 24 hours. About that. And you're discussing the Volturi's attempts to claim you as though it's a minor inconvenience. She looked at him with those hard, clear eyes that were more honest than they were hostile, Harry decided. I want to understand what exactly you're basing that confidence on. Harry looked at her for a moment. He liked this too, he was finding that the Cullens were uniformly more interesting than expected, each in a different direction. What does a fish know about water? He said. Rosalie blinked. What? I don't have a complete picture of what I am, Harry said. I've had 6 weeks and a letter. But when your family went to their knees tonight, I felt the weight of that. What that represents. And I've also survived things that would categorize very cleanly as impossible, more than once, using nothing but a wand and a willingness to keep going. He paused. Arrow is a problem for later. Tonight is about understanding what I'm standing in the middle of. Rosalie was quiet. Something shifted in her expression, not softening, more like the adjustment of a judge who had expected to deliver a verdict and found the case more complicated than anticipated. Fair, she said, which from her tone was approximately equivalent to high praise. Carlyle had prepared food that Harry could eat, with a thoroughness that suggested Esme had been involved, and they moved to the dining room, or Harry did. The Cullens didn't eat, but they sat, which was a kind of courtesy that Harry appreciated. Over the next 2 hours, they talked. Not interrogation, not interview, something closer to a negotiation of understandings, which was how Harry preferred the significant conversations of his life to go. He told them, in broad strokes, about the war. Not the emotional weight of it, that wasn't for this table, not yet, but the structure of it. Voldemort. Horcruxes. The Deathly Hallows. The fact of his own willing death and return. They were exceptional listeners, all of them, in different ways. Carlyle asked questions with the precision of a scientist and the patience of a pastor. Alice caught implications 3 sentences before he reached them and didn't interrupt. Jasper listened with his eyes and said almost nothing. Emmett asked questions that seemed simple and occasionally weren't. Edward was very still throughout, and Harry was aware, in that strange doubled awareness that had been developing in him, that not being able to read Harry's mind was not stopping Edward from reading the room around him, the reactions of his family, the texture of the silence Harry left between sentences. Rosalie listened. That was all. But she didn't leave. In return, they told him about themselves. Not all of it, these were people who had survived by being careful, and a single evening didn't erase that, but Carlyle talked about 3 centuries with the directness of someone who had made peace with his own history. Edward talked about 1918, the Spanish flu, Carlyle's choice, with a brevity that understood Harry wouldn't need more. Alice said she didn't remember her human life, and said it cleanly, without self-pity, as a known fact she'd arranged herself around. The Volturi, Harry said eventually, when the food was finished and they were back in the living room with the fire burning lower. Tell me about Arrow. Brilliant, said Carlyle, without hesitation. Patient in the way that only very old things are patient. He built his empire across 3 millennia through a combination of genuine intelligence and a gift for identifying what other people want and providing it, just enough. He reads every thought a person has ever had with a touch, said Edward. It's not like my ability, he gets everything, the complete history. That's what he values most. Knowledge. Collection. He paused. He's going to want to touch you very much. And not be able to, said Harry. Edward looked at him. And not be able to, he confirmed. Your mind is, whatever wall is there, it's not a shield. It's not a defense. It's a property of what you are. I don't think he can reach it. That will make him want it more, said Carlyle. Or make him afraid, said Alice. Both things at once, her tone said. Harry thought about this. About a 3,000-year-old vampire whose entire sense of self was built around the accumulation of what others knew, the reading of what others thought, hitting, for the first time, a surface he couldn't penetrate. He thought about how Arrow would turn that over. What he'd do with the not knowing. He'll send someone to assess me before he does anything himself, Harry said. Almost certainly, said Carlyle. Good. Harry stretched, leaned back. I'd like to know how far the word travels before it does. It will travel fast, said Jasper. The vampire world is small and it gossips. Then we don't have long. Harry looked at Carlyle. You said Arrow had texts about Dracula in his library. Yes. I was permitted to read excerpts. Arrow was proud of his collection, he liked to show it off selectively. What did they say? Carlyle was quiet for a moment. Then he said, slowly, that he was the first. That he predated the categories, he was not made, he was formed, from something older than the world as the vampire race knows it. There was a passage, he paused, reaching back through centuries of memory. It said that those of his blood carry an authority that is recognized before it is understood. That the older the creature, the more immediately they feel it. He met Harry's eyes. My family is young. Edward is barely over 100. And yet we, went to our knees, said Emmett, with the tone of someone who was still processing this and finding it more entertaining the more he thought about it. Like someone hit the floor button. Yes, said Carlyle. Imagine Arrow. Imagine what 3,000 years of age would do to that response. The fire had burned to deep embers. The rain had stopped. Outside the tall windows, the forest stood in the profound dark of a place that had no city light to borrow from, and the silence was complete and clean. Harry stood up. Several of the Cullens moved very slightly, a micro-adjustment, bodies orienting toward him in the way plants orient toward light, and none of them seemed aware of doing it. He was aware. He noticed everything. I should go, he said. He looked at Carlyle. Thank you for tonight. For the honesty. Thank you for coming, said Carlyle, and stood, and offered his hand. Harry shook it. He felt Carlyle's grip, careful, a vampire's control, calibrated, and felt also the particular quality of attention Carlyle was paying him, 300 years of scientific curiosity and a genuine heart pressing gently against the edges of what Harry was, trying to understand it. Carlyle, said Harry. The texts in Arrow's library. Yes. I'm going to need access to them eventually. Carlyle looked at him steadily. I know. That's going to be complicated. I know that too. The faintest trace of something that might have been humor. Most things worth having are. Harry nodded. He said goodnight to the room at large and Esme walked him to the door with the warmth of someone who had already quietly decided where Harry belonged in the architecture of her world and arranged a room for him there. At the door, he paused. Mrs. Cullen, he said. Esme, she said immediately. Esme. He turned to face her. When I walked in tonight, before the rest of it, you stopped. What did you feel? She considered him for a moment with those warm, careful eyes. Like coming home, she said simply. I don't entirely know what to do with that. Harry looked at her for a long moment. Something moved in him that he didn't have a name for yet, not sentiment exactly, but the recognition of a genuine thing when you were standing next to one. Neither do I, he said honestly. Not yet. He walked down the path to his car. He was almost there when Edward appeared at his side, not walking up, simply there, as vampires sometimes were. Harry didn't startle. He'd stopped startling at things appearing suddenly roughly around age 11. They walked the last few feet in silence. "I owe you something," Edward said. "You don't owe me anything. An apology, at least." "I spent today," he stopped. "Tried again. I spent today treating you as a problem to be solved. As a thing that didn't fit my categories and therefore needed to be forced into one." "That's human," said Harry. "I'm not human." "No, but you were. And the instinct never entirely leaves." He reached his car. Put his hand on the door. "Edward. I don't need people to apologize for being cautious around me. I need people to be honest about what they find." Edward was quiet for a moment. "What I find," he said, "is that every person in that house tonight, people I have known for decades, people who trust each other absolutely, all of them shifted toward you by the end of the evening. Not because of the bow. Because of what you said, and how you said it." He paused. "I don't say that to be flattering. I say it because I spent 100 years listening to the minds of everyone around me, and I know what genuine response sounds like, even when I can't hear the mind itself." Harry looked at him across the roof of the car. "And what does genuine response sound like tonight?" Edward almost smiled. It was a complicated expression, carrying a century of controlled emotion. "Hopeful," he said. "Which is unusual. My family is not, we don't often have occasion for hope." Harry got in the car. He started the engine. "Through the window," he said, "tell Alice I need to talk to her tomorrow. About the darkness she sees when she looks for my future." "Why Alice?" "Because she's the only one who described it as full darkness rather than empty." He met Edward's eyes. "That's the difference between something she can't see and something she won't see. I want to know which one it is." Edward stared at him for a moment with an expression that was working through several stages at once. "I'll tell her," he said. Harry drove. The road wound back through the forest, headlights cutting the dark, trees standing tall and indifferent on either side. He drove with the window down despite the cold, and the smell of rain on pine came through strong and clean. In his chest, the pilot light burned. He was beginning to understand what it was. Not waking up. Not arriving. Not becoming. Remembering. Something in his blood was remembering what it was, the way the body remembers how to breathe even when the mind forgets. The long sleeping inheritance of whatever Dracula had put into Lily Evans on a night in another life, before Harry was Harry, before he was anything but potential, it was surfacing now, in increments, with the patient inevitability of a tide that had been coming in for 17 years. The Cullens had felt it before he understood it himself. He wondered what Arrow would feel when he got the news. He wondered how long before the news reached him. He wondered about a journal he hadn't found yet, written in a hand he'd never seen, containing answers he wasn't sure he was ready for. He drove through the dark toward the small house with the creek behind it, and the night was very quiet, and in the quiet, for the first time, he didn't feel the need to fill it. He was here. He was his father's son. And the world was going to have to work out what to do with that. Chapter 3, Roots and Venom. The journal found him on a Wednesday. He hadn't been looking for it, or rather, he'd been looking for it the wrong way, treating it like a Muggle object that could be found by opening drawers and checking shelves. He'd searched the house twice using standard detection charms and found nothing, and he'd been beginning to think that you will know it when you find it was either metaphorical or frustratingly imprecise, when he woke at 4 in the morning to find the creek behind the house had gone silent. Not quiet. Silent. The particular silence of water that has stopped moving. He got up and went to the back door and opened it without turning on any lights. The forest at the edge of his yard was dark and still, holding its breath, and in the center of the small wooden deck that jutted over the creek bank there was a box. Dark wood, old, very old, the kind of old that has weight beyond its mass. Iron fittings gone to a deep reddish brown that wasn't quite rust. No lock. No latch. just sitting there on the wet planks as if it had been placed with great care by hands that had taken their time about it. Harry stood in the doorway for a moment in bare feet and old joggers and a dark t-shirt, looking at it. He wasn't alarmed. He was, if anything, irritated, not at the box, but at himself, at the fact that he'd been sitting 20 feet from it for 4 days and hadn't felt it until now. Whatever concealment had been on it had lifted of its own accord, which meant it was keyed to something internal, some threshold he'd crossed recently without noticing the crossing. The dinner at the Cullen's house, he thought. Something about that evening, about standing in a room full of ancient things that recognized him, had shifted a mechanism inside him that he hadn't known was there. He stepped onto the deck. The wood was cold under his feet. He crouched in front of the box and looked at it for a long moment, then picked it up. It weighed almost nothing. He carried it inside, set it on the kitchen table, and made tea before he opened it. This was a habit, tea first, then the difficult thing. Hermione had once told him it was his most endearing and most infuriating quality in equal measure. The inside of the box was lined with black velvet that had not degraded. In it, sitting on the velvet like it had always lived there, was a book. Not dramatically large, not studded with jewels or wrapped in mysterious leather, just a book, medium-sized, bound in dark brown with no title on the cover. The kind of book that looked like it should be boring. He opened it to the first page. The handwriting was like nothing he'd ever seen. Not calligraphy, calligraphy performed for beauty. This was writing that was beautiful because precision was the writer's instinct, each letter formed with the exact force it required and no more, the way a master swordsman cuts. The ink was dark, almost black, with a faint iridescent quality that moved when the light caught it. If you are reading this, the blood has finally spoken loudly enough. I will not begin with apologies. Apologies imply I would have chosen differently, and I would not. But I owe you honesty, which is rarer and more valuable. Your mother was extraordinary. In 3,000 years I met perhaps a dozen humans who genuinely surprised me. Lily Evans was one of them. She came to me not seeking power or answers or any of the things people usually come seeking. She came because she had worked out, through her own considerable intelligence, that I existed, and she wanted to know if the stories were true. This is the rarest possible motivation. Most people want confirmation of what they already believe. Your mother wanted the actual facts regardless of whether they were convenient. We spoke for 3 weeks. She stayed in my house in Transylvania as a guest, freely, with full knowledge of what I was, and never once afraid. She was in love with James Potter and told me so directly on the second day, which I found admirable. She was not interested in me romantically and told me that on the second day as well. What we were was something I have no clean word for. A conversation between equals that lasted 3 weeks and resulted in you. She asked me if I minded. I told her I had never been asked that by anyone about anything, and that the novelty was worth more than any answer I could give. She asked if she could name you. I told her the name was hers. Harry, she said. And then she smiled and said that you would be James's son in every way that a person can be a son to someone, and she needed me to understand that. I understood it. I understood it absolutely. She was not wrong. What you will be is both. You are James Potter's son. You are also mine. There is no contradiction here except the ones you make for yourself. The journal is yours. Read it at whatever pace your blood demands. There are things in it that will change how you understand the world. I have tried to write them accurately rather than comfortingly, because you are my son and you deserve accuracy. One thing now, so you are not surprised, the hunger you have been feeling is not for blood. It is older than blood. I will explain when you have read further. Harry sat with that for a long time. The tea went cold. He didn't notice. He read for 4 hours straight, sitting at the kitchen table as the false dawn came up grey and slow through the window, reading in the particular concentrated silence of someone absorbing things that rearrange rather than merely add. The journal was not a letter, it was not even really a journal in the diary sense. It was a history. 3,000 years of it, written in that precise beautiful hand, moving through centuries like a man walking familiar ground. Vlad Dracula, the name was a name he'd given himself, the journal noted, dryly, because the one he'd been born with in the century before written language did not translate, had documented everything. The world before the Volturi, the world before modern vampire taxonomy, the gradual crystallization of supernatural politics across continents and millennia. Wars he'd ended by simply appearing on a battlefield and waiting for both sides to look at him and remember, suddenly and completely, that there were things they should not be fighting in front of. The passages about Lily were brief and precise and immeasurably private, and Harry closed the journal when he reached them and sat very still for several minutes. Then he opened it again and read them. She had liked him, the journal said. Not romantically, Vlad emphasized this in a way that felt like he'd anticipated the question, but with the genuine, enthusiastic liking of someone who has found an intellectual equal and cannot help but respond to it. She had argued with him, which apparently almost no one did. She had told him his organizational system for his library was irrational and then reorganized it for him over an afternoon while he watched, bemused, and then admitted she was right. Harry closed the journal again. He pressed his palm flat on the cover and sat there, and the feeling that moved through him was not grief exactly, grief was for things you'd had and lost. This was something different. This was learning the shape of an absence that had always been there and finding it was not, as he'd assumed, empty. He put the journal in the box, put the box in his bedroom, and went to get ready for school. He was distracted in his morning classes in a way he managed to make look like ordinary teenage inattention rather than the processing of generational seismic information. He took notes. He answered when called on. He watched the clock. The hunger hit him at 11:15, in the middle of AP English. It was not the hunger he knew, not the ordinary human hunger for food, nor even the darkness he'd felt occasionally in the past year, the strange pull towards something he couldn't name. This was different. Cleaner. More specific. It wasn't predatory and it wasn't violent, it was more like the feeling of standing in direct sunlight after a long winter, the body's desperate, grateful reaching for something it needed at a level below decision. The hunger you have been feeling is not for blood. It is older than blood. He breathed through it. Sat very still. The boy beside him shifted in his seat and glanced over. Harry had gone perfectly motionless in a way that apparently pinged some primal alarm, and Harry gave him a brief, easy smile and went back to his notes, and the boy looked away and didn't entirely understand why his heart was beating faster. The hunger receded to a low background awareness. He thought about what Vlad had written. I will explain when you have read further. He hadn't reached the explanation yet, he'd stopped reading at the passages about Lily and then had to get ready for school, and the journal was at home, and he was here in AP English analyzing the symbolism in The Great Gatsby, which felt like a fairly extreme context shift. He needed to read more. Tonight. He also needed to talk to Alice. He found her at lunch, which was where he found most of the Cullens because the cafeteria was their primary point of social performance and they were rigorous about maintenance. He sat across from her without asking, which she seemed to appreciate given that she immediately closed the book she'd been pretending to read and gave him her full attention. The darkness, he said. Good morning to you too, said Alice. Good morning. The darkness. She looked at him for a moment. Her eyes were honey gold in the cafeteria light, dark-ringed and very sharp. Edward told me you wanted to talk about it. You described it as full darkness. Not empty. Yes. What's the difference, when you're looking at someone's future? Alice folded her hands on the table. She had the quality of someone very comfortable with their own peculiarity, who had long since stopped finding it necessary to soften it for other people's comfort. When I can't see someone's future because they haven't made their decisions yet, it's gray. Like fog, there's space there, just no definition yet. When someone's future is blocked from me deliberately, like the wolves, their futures shift too fast for me to track, it's static, like a bad signal. And mine? Dark, she said. Full dark. Like staring into something with its own depth. Not nothing, the opposite of nothing. Something that is so much that it reads as absence. She paused. Like looking at a star through the wrong end of a telescope. You can't see it not because it isn't there but because the instrument isn't scaled for it. Harry thought about that. You can't see my future because your ability isn't built for what I am. That's my working theory. She tilted her head. Jasper said after last night that it was like rank. I think it's more than that. I think whatever you carry in your blood operates at a frequency that's older than the system. My ability evolved around the supernatural world as it currently exists. Vampires, wolves, humans. You're something that predates the current architecture. She said it calmly, like a professor establishing a theoretical framework. My gift doesn't speak that language. Has that scared you? Yes, she said immediately, without any performance of bravery. Yesterday morning it scared me enormously. Then you walked into our house last night and I watched my family, my very old, very capable family, respond to you, and I thought, she stopped. Smiled briefly, something genuine and a little rueful. I thought, well. If Jasper is at peace with it, and Carlyle is curious about it, then I'm going to be curious about it too. It's a better use of my energy than being scared. Jasper's peace of mind is your barometer. He has the best instincts in the family and he's survived more genuinely dangerous situations than the rest of us combined. She shrugged. When Jasper isn't worried, I've learned to not be worried. Smart. Consistently. She leaned forward slightly. Harry. What was in the box? He went still. How do you know about a box? I don't see your future, she said, but I see everything around you. The deck behind your house. Last night, around 4 a.m. She met his eyes steadily. What was in it? He looked at her for a long moment. Making a decision. A journal. Written by my father. He watched her process that without showing much on her face, though her hands tightened slightly. 3,000 years of history, near as I can tell. And an explanation about something that's been happening to me physically that I haven't understood. The hunger, she said. He paused. You've seen that. I've seen you going very still sometimes, in class. Controlled, deliberate stillness. Like you're managing something. She said it without any judgment in it, just the clean observation of someone whose entire existence was built around reading things others missed. Is it dangerous? I don't think so. I don't have the full explanation yet, I need to read more of the journal tonight. Can I ask what kind of hunger? He thought about how to answer that. Not blood, he said. Something else. Something that feels like, he searched. You know how sunlight feels to a human, after a long gray winter. That reaching feeling. Alice was quiet for a moment. Something moved in her expression that was careful and considered. Essence, she said. He looked at her sharply. What? It's in the old texts. Carlyle has a few, pre-Volturi documents that describe the first era of the vampire world, before the taxonomy solidified. She held his gaze. The oldest records describe a form of sustenance that isn't blood. Something the primordial lineages could draw from, life force, awareness, vital energy. The texts call it essence. It's described as, she paused, reaching for the right word. Consensual, actually. Freely given. Not predatory. More like, warmth, said Harry, because that was precisely the word for what he felt when it happened, when someone's awareness brushed against his and the contact had that brief, clean, reaching quality. Yes, said Alice softly. They sat with that for a moment. Does it hurt people? Harry asked, and the fact that this was the first question he asked about it made Alice's expression do something complicated and warm. The texts say not, she said carefully. They say humans aren't aware of it. That it's more like, you take only the surface. Like cupping your hands under a running tap. She paused. Harry. You haven't been doing it deliberately. No. But you've been doing it. He said nothing, which was its own answer. Alice leaned back. Okay, she said, with the decisiveness of someone who had reached a conclusion and was ready to act on it. We need Carlyle in on this conversation. Tonight, said Harry. I need to read more of the journal first. Tonight, she agreed. Then, more quietly, for what it's worth, nothing you've told me changes anything about last night. About where my family landed with you. It's worth something, he said. She smiled, small and certain. I know. He sat next to Edward in biology and they worked through a microscopy exercise in a silence that had changed quality since Monday. Not the taut, searching silence of Tuesday, this was something that had found its level. Edward had stopped trying to read him, Harry could feel that, the absence of the subtle reaching pressure that he'd been aware of without fully recognizing it. In its place was something more straightforward. Attention without agenda. Alice talked to you, Edward said, not looking up from the microscope. At lunch, yes. She told me what she said about essence. He adjusted the focus. The texts she mentioned, I've read them. Before she and I discussed them, I mean. I read everything Carlyle keeps. He paused. I spent a long time not understanding a passage that described the first ones as drawing sustenance from awareness. I thought it was metaphorical. Apparently not. Apparently not. He leaned back from the microscope and looked at Harry with those amber eyes that couldn't stop trying even when they knew they'd find nothing. Does it, when it happens? Can you feel who it's coming from? Harry considered how honest to be. Then decided that honesty was simply more efficient at this point. Yes, he said. In the same way you feel where light is coming from. Is it happening now? Harry glanced around the room. 23 teenagers in varying states of engagement with their microscopes. A teacher explaining something about cell walls at the front. All of it familiar and human and alive in the particular warm, buzzing way of living things. Faintly, he said. It's like background noise. I don't think I'm taking anything significant. Edward processed that. Is it different with us? With my family? Yes, said Harry. You read differently. Not unpleasant, but different. Cooler. More structured. He paused. Like the difference between sunlight and firelight. Edward looked at him for a long moment. That's unexpectedly poetic for someone who communicates primarily in economy. I have depths, said Harry. Something in Edward's expression shifted, not quite a smile, something more reluctant and genuine. I'm beginning to believe that, he said, and went back to the microscope. They finished the lab exercise in good time, and in the last 5 minutes of class, Edward said, without any lead-up, I want to be useful to you. Harry looked at him. I spent 100 years reading minds and thinking of it primarily as information, Edward said. What I can tell, what I can know, what advantage it gives. Last night you sat in my house and talked to my family with more genuine openness than anyone has in years, and you didn't ask for anything, and you weren't performing anything, and I realized, he stopped. Started again. I have access to resources. Carlyle's library. Connections in the vampire world, limited, but real. If you're going to find out what you are and what's coming, I'd rather be on the side that's finding out with you. Harry looked at him for a moment. You don't trust easily, he said. No. Why me? Edward was quiet for a moment. Then, because you can't be read, and you're still the most legible person I've met in a century. He said it like it puzzled him still, even as he said it. Everything you are shows up in what you do. There's no gap between them. I've been reading minds for 100 years and I know how rare that is. The bell rang. Students started moving. Harry closed his notebook. Okay, he said. Okay, said Edward. You want to be useful. I'll take you up on that. He stood, shouldered his bag. Start with Carlyle's pre-Volturi texts. I want to know everything that mentions the first lineage. He glanced at him. Tonight at your house. Bring Alice. He left. Behind him, he heard Edward say, to no one in particular, HM. He went home before dinner and sat with the journal for 2 hours. He found the passage Vlad had promised. It was about 40 pages in, written in a section dated, near as Harry could translate the notation system, which operated on its own logic, somewhere in the 11th century. Not addressed to Harry specifically, addressed to no one, just the journal's characteristic voice, that dry and precise narration of a man who had decided very early that the world operated by rules and his job was to understand them. The hunger that my children will feel, those few who inherit enough of the blood, is not vampiric in nature. It does not require death or pain. It is closer, in fact, to what the wizarding tradition calls resonance, the drawing and giving of vital energy between aware beings. The feeding is mutual, though the human or supernatural donor is not aware of it. They give surface warmth, in return, they receive a quality of attention from the feeder that functions, in the body's chemistry, as a kind of deep calm. The exchange is not harmful at any level I have been able to measure across 3 millennia. The hunger can be managed. It can be directed. The primordial children will find that it sharpens their other abilities, extends the range of their awareness, clarifies the instincts, slows the aging process to something that approaches stillness. It cannot be permanently suppressed. Suppression does not kill it, it only turns it inward, and things turned inward have a way of finding expression in unexpected directions. My advice, to whoever among my blood is reading this, feed when hungry. Openly, if possible. There is no shame in the nature of what you are. There is only the question of whether you choose to know it or not. Harry sat back. He thought about a year of strange stillness and enhanced perception and the light-headed clean feeling in rooms full of people that he'd been attributing to everything except what it apparently was. He thought about his 3rd year at Hogwarts, in a classroom full of students, inexplicably calm despite everything, and his 4th, in the great hall before the Triwizard announcement, feeling something that he'd called excitement but that had had a different quality underneath it. Warmer. More sustaining. He thought about that particular quality in the Cullen house last night, when the room was full and the fire was burning and 7 supernatural beings were attending to him with concentrated awareness, and the feeling he'd had, underneath everything else. Not the recognition, not the complicated weight of the bow, but something simpler, running under all of it. Satisfied, he thought. He'd felt satisfied in a way that had nothing to do with the food Esme had prepared. He closed the journal. He sat in the kitchen for a while longer, not reading, not doing anything, just being present in the quiet house with the creek running outside and the trees standing in the dark, and the pilot light in his chest burning with a steadiness that felt less like waking and more like something that had always been awake and had only needed him to stop arguing with it. Then he got in the car and drove to the Cullen house. Carlyle and Edward and Alice were in the study, a room Harry hadn't been in the night before, walls lined with books from floor to ceiling, a large oak desk, lamps throwing warm circles of light. It felt like the right room for the conversation they were about to have. Harry sat in the chair across from Carlyle's desk. Alice was on the arm of the leather sofa again, that was apparently her preferred perch, and Edward stood by the bookshelf with his arms crossed in a way that meant he was listening harder than the posture suggested. Harry told them what the journal said. Clean and direct, no dramatizing. He watched Carlyle's expression as he spoke, not for approval, but because Carlyle's face was the most informative in the room, the 300-year face of someone who had seen enough of the world to have genuine reference points for almost anything. When Harry finished, Carlyle was still for a long moment. Essence feeding, he said. I've read the term. I didn't know anyone currently living practiced it. I didn't know I was practicing it, said Harry. But apparently I have been, accidentally, for years. And it's not harmful, said Alice, less question than confirmation. According to Vlad, no. Mutual exchange. The donor gets a quality of calm. Edward made a sound that was almost a laugh. That explains, he said, why every teacher you've had for 3 days has been approximately 30% more relaxed than usual by the end of your class. Harry looked at him. I read their minds, Edward said, with a slight shrug. Whatever they feel from you, they can't identify the source. They think you're just an unusually calming presence. Harry stopped. Looked at Carlyle. Is that a problem? Not morally, said Carlyle immediately. Practically, for your own awareness, now that you know, it's worth being conscious of the depth of it. The surface, as you described it, is harmless. Deliberately drawing deep would be a different matter, and one I suspect you won't approach. No, said Harry, with certainty. Then it's not a problem. Carlyle leaned forward. What I'm more interested in is what the journal says about the other abilities. You mentioned sharpened instincts. Extended range of awareness. Yes. How extended? Harry considered. I could follow your family's conversation in the cafeteria on Monday. You were at a table roughly 40 feet away. Carlyle exchanged a quick look with Edward. That's vampire range, said Edward. Better, possibly. And the stillness, said Carlyle carefully. What Edward described the first day as, you being on the other side of the line. The death. I want to ask you about that directly, if you'll permit it. Go on. You died willingly. At 17. And came back. He chose words with great precision. In the vampire world, death and transformation are, we understand them in a specific way. The life ends, the body changes, something continues. Your situation is different. You went through death as a human, with your wizard's nature intact, and returned, and then the vampire inheritance began to surface. Yes, said Harry. Which means, said Carlyle slowly, that your body processed death not as an ending but as, a gate. Your blood recognized it as a threshold. He paused. Harry. Vampire inheritance, for all its power, is essentially the addition of something to a human baseline. What you have is different. You didn't have something added. You have something native. And the death activated it. The room was quiet. So I'm not half vampire, said Harry. No, said Carlyle. You're half of something that vampires are a distant derivative of. The difference between a river and rain. He said it not grandiosely but with the steady precision of a man reporting a finding. I don't think there are categories that fully contain what you are. I think you may need to build the category yourself. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he said, good. I've never liked other people's categories. Alice made a sound that was definitely a laugh, small and surprised. The study settled. Edward turned from the bookshelf with a slim volume that he'd apparently been holding for several minutes, waiting for the right moment. He held it out to Harry. Volturi, he said. The passage Alice mentioned. There's more context than she probably had time to give you at lunch. Harry took it. He opened it where Edward had marked the page and read, and as he read, something in the room changed, not dramatically, not with any noise or movement. Just a slow, deep shift in the quality of the attention. The same way a conversation changes when it turns from theory to something real. He read the passage twice. Then he set the book on the desk and looked at the three of them. Arrow has read this, he said. Yes, said Carlyle. He's known for 3,000 years that the primordial bloodline might resurface. That if it did, it would present exactly the way I'm presenting. Yes, said Carlyle again. And in 3,000 years he's never found an instance of it. Not that the records show. Harry thought. Not with urgency, with the particular quality of thinking that comes when you're working out a chess problem that has more pieces than you initially counted. He'll know, he said. When the reports reach him. He'll recognize it immediately because he's been watching for it. Yes, said Edward this time. And he'll understand exactly what it means for his position. Nobody answered that one, because the answer was obvious. Right, said Harry. He closed the old book and handed it back to Edward. Then we should have a plan before he makes one. Carlyle looked at him steadily. What kind of plan? Not a defensive one. Harry stood, and as he did, all three of them made that small unconscious adjustment, orienting, the way plants orient, which he was getting more used to without becoming comfortable with it in the way of something taken for granted. I'm not going to sit in Forks and wait for Arrow to decide what to do with me. I'm going to decide what I want from this situation and move toward it, and if Arrow's interests intersect with that, we'll negotiate. If they don't, he paused. Let the sentence sit without finishing it. He didn't need to finish it. What do you want? Said Alice. She asked it simply, the way she did everything. Harry looked at her. At all three of them, the small, sharp-eyed seer, the ancient Dr. Diplomat, the telepath who was slowly rebuilding something he'd assumed was fixed. To understand what I am, he said. Fully. Not from a journal, not from old texts, from the source. He paused. I need to access Arrow's library. The silence that followed this statement was a specific kind of silence, the kind where everyone in the room is looking at the same thing from different angles and arriving at the same conclusion about how difficult it is. That library is in Volterra, said Carlyle. In the middle of Arrow's seat of power. You'd be walking into the center of his, yes, said Harry simply. Another silence. Okay, said Alice. Carlyle looked at her. He needs what's in that library, she said, with a shrug that contained multitudes. And whatever is in Volterra isn't going to be able to stop him. I may not be able to see his future, but I'm quite good at reading the room. She glanced at Harry. Besides, Arrow will want him to come. Which means the invitation will arrive first. It's just a question of who sets the terms. I set the terms, said Harry. Obviously, said Alice. Edward was watching Harry with that look he'd been developing, the one that had started as frustrated bafflement and was quietly becoming something closer to trust. You're going to write to Arrow, he said. Yes. Before he writes to you. Yes. A beat. What are you going to say? Harry thought about Arrow. 3,000 years old. Built his entire empire around the accumulation of knowledge, the reading of minds, the collecting of power. Met, for the first time in his long existence, something he couldn't read, couldn't collect, couldn't categorize. What would a man like that need to hear? Not an offer of alliance, too weak. Not a challenge, too crude. Something that acknowledged what he was without conceding ground. Something that made the meeting inevitable on Harry's schedule rather than Arrow's. I'll figure it out, he said. He said goodnight and Carlyle walked him out this time, the two of them moving through the big quiet house with the particular ease of people who have settled something between them without making a formal announcement about it. At the door, Carlyle said, Harry. Whatever Arrow is or isn't, I want you to know that this family's position is not conditional on how that situation resolves. Harry looked at him. We knelt, Carlyle said simply. That meant something. Not the gesture itself, the recognition underneath it. We recognized what you are. That doesn't come with exceptions. He paused. I've spent 3 centuries building a version of this life that is, principled. Guided by something other than survival. It hasn't always been easy. Something moved in his expression that was very old and very human at the same time. Meeting you reminds me of why I built it that way. There is something coming that is going to require more than survival to navigate. I'd like to be useful to that if I can. Harry stood in the doorway and looked at this 300-year-old man who had chosen goodness so consistently and for so long that it had become structural, built into the foundation of him, and felt something he'd been trying to locate a name for since the previous night. You already are, he said. He drove home through the dark forest. He made tea. He sat at the kitchen table with the journal and read for 2 more hours, learning the shape of a man who had walked the world for 3 millennia and found it endlessly worthy of attention and documentation, and felt, underneath the strangeness of it, the uncomfortable and undeniable warmth of something recognized. Halfway through a passage about the formation of the Volturi Empire, written with the dry detachment of someone describing the construction of an ant colony from a considerable height, Harry stopped and got out a piece of paper and a pen. He sat for a long moment, thinking. Then he wrote 3 sentences. Read them back. Crossed out 2 words and replaced them with better ones. Read it again. He put the pen down. Tomorrow he would find out Arrow's address, Carlyle would have it, and he would send this. Before the rumors reached Volterra, before the reports filtered through the vampire network, before Arrow had time to build a narrative around what Harry Potter was and what should be done about it. He looked at the 3 sentences on the paper. They were not a threat. They were not a supplication. They were a statement of fact delivered with the calm certainty of someone who was not asking permission for anything and was not confused about what they were. Harry Potter had spent 17 years being underestimated. He had spent 1 year slowly becoming something the world didn't have a category for. He had spent 3 days in Forks. He folded the letter. Put it in his jacket pocket. Outside, the creek ran loud and steady over its stones, and the trees stood in the dark, and somewhere in the forest something large and quiet moved between the trees and then went still, and Harry heard it and noted it and filed it away for tomorrow. There was always a tomorrow. He died once to make sure of it. Chapter 4, The Wolves Know He Heard Them Before He Saw Them. Thursday morning, running the trail behind his house at 5 a.m. because sleep remained theoretical and movement was better than lying in the dark cataloging thoughts, Harry caught the sound at about a mile out. Not footsteps, pause, heavy and deliberate, the particular rhythm of something very large moving through undergrowth with a confidence that didn't bother being quiet. Multiple sources. Spread out, flanking pattern, the instinctive formation of a pack that had been doing this long enough for coordination to be unconscious. He kept running. His pace didn't change. His breathing didn't change. He took the next turn on the trail, a sharp left that brought him out onto a ridge overlooking a narrow valley, and he stopped there and waited, hands loose at his sides, watching the tree line below. They came out of the forest 30 seconds later. 4 of them. Enormous, the size of horses, the kind of size that rewrites your spatial understanding of what an animal can be. Deep brown, black, gray, and one the color of rust, moving out of the trees with that quality of controlled power that large things have when they aren't trying to be subtle. They stopped at the edge of the clearing below and looked up at him. Harry looked back. The moment stretched. Then the brown one, the largest, positioned slightly ahead of the others in a way that communicated leadership without requiring any announcement, dropped. Not in the way of an animal sitting. It went down on its front legs first, head lowering, in a gesture that was unmistakably deliberate and that Harry had already seen once this week, on 2 legs rather than 4, in the Cullen living room. The others followed. 4 massive wolves in the grey pre-dawn light, heads bowed toward a 17-year-old standing on a ridge in running shoes and a dark jacket, and the forest was completely silent around them, not a bird, not a breath of wind. Harry stood there for a moment. Right, he said, to nobody in particular. That's going to need a conversation. He turned and ran back to the house. He'd read enough of the journal by now to know about the Quileute wolves. Not specifically, Vlad hadn't known about this particular tribe's specific history, but the broader phenomenon. Spirit warriors who shifted form, ancient compacts with the natural world, the specific and interesting way their essence read differently from human warmth. Wilder. Less structured. Like the difference between a river and an ocean, one had banks, the other simply was. He showered, made tea, sat with the journal for 30 minutes reading the passage on shapeshifters, then went to school. He texted Carlyle at 7:15. The wolves found me this morning. La push pack, I assume. They bowed. The response came back in under a minute. I see. That's significant. The Quilut and my family have a treaty. They may be confused about how to handle you. Are they likely to be hostile? A longer pause. The Alpha, Sam Yuli, is cautious and intelligent. He won't be hostile without cause. But Jacob Black, Sam's second, is younger and considerably less patient. He may be a problem. Harry sent back a thumbs up and put his phone away. In first period, he wrote the letter to Arrow. He'd been composing it in his head since last night, and in the end it was exactly 3 sentences, which felt right. Not because brevity was a style choice but because 3 sentences said everything that needed saying and every additional word would have been either explanation or reassurance, neither of which he intended to offer. He addressed the envelope from memory. Carlyle had given him the Volterra contact address last night with the careful neutrality of someone handing over information they knew was going to accelerate things considerably. He sealed it with a standard charm that would ensure only Arrow opened it, which would itself be a message, and put it in his bag to post on the way to school tomorrow. He did his schoolwork. He ate lunch. He existed in the ordinary rhythm of the day with the particular quality of patience he'd developed over years of waiting for things to begin. At 3 o'clock, walking to his car, a boy stepped into his path. Not a Cullen, the wrongness was different. Where the Cullens were cold, structured, firelight and ice, this one ran hot, through heat from 3 feet away like standing near a furnace, and the smell was different too, something wild and old underneath the ordinary teenage scent of someone who'd been in school all day. He was tall, broad, with dark skin and dark eyes and the posture of someone who had a great deal of physical confidence and a great deal of current frustration and was attempting, with limited success, to not let the second one override the first. Jacob Black. Had to be. He was with 2 others, similarly large, similarly warm, similarly attempting composed expressions over less composed emotions. One of them was managing it better than the other. The third one was just watching Harry with the direct, assessing attention of someone who hadn't decided anything yet. Harry Potter, said Jacob. Jacob Black, said Harry. Jacob blinked. You know who I am. I've been in Forks 4 days. You're not hard to identify. Harry stopped a comfortable distance away, hands in his jacket pockets, and waited with the equanimity of someone who had time. Jacob looked at him for a long moment. The 2 boys behind him shifted slightly. Harry registered the movement and dismissed it. We need to talk, said Jacob. I thought that might be the case. Not here. Harry glanced around the parking lot, students moving, cars pulling out, the ordinary end-of-day dispersal. La push, he said. Jacob looked briefly thrown. He'd clearly expected more preamble. Yeah, he said. The beach. You know it? I'll find it. Jacob looked at him for another moment, the direct, slightly suspicious gaze of someone trying to locate what they were dealing with and not quite managing it, then nodded once and turned and walked away with the rolling, loose-limbed movement of someone too large for ordinary stillness. The 2 with him followed. Harry went to his car and found First Beach on his phone's map in approximately 30 seconds. First Beach was gray and beautiful in the way that things are beautiful when they've given up trying to be anything other than what they are. Dark sand, dark water, the Olympic Peninsula's particular quality of light that made everything look like the world was in the process of developing, like a photograph not yet fixed. The sea moved against the shore with slow, heavy patience. Harry parked and walked down to the water. There were 7 of them waiting. Jacob at the front, the 2 from the parking lot flanking him, and 4 more arranged behind in the loose formation of people who had spent enough time together to know each other's positions without discussion. All of them throwing that furnace heat into the cool sea air. And then, slightly to the side, separate from the group, in the particular isolation of someone whose relationship to the pack was complicated, a girl. Dark-haired, sharp-faced, watching Harry with an attention that was different from the others. Not assessing threat. Assessing him, specifically, as a thing distinct from the threat question. He noted all of this in the 3 seconds between cresting the path down to the beach and reaching the sand. He stopped about 10 feet from Jacob. Okay, said Jacob. What are you? Still working that out, said Harry. Which is honestly getting to be a predictable answer. One of the boys behind Jacob, the composed one, broader even than Jacob, with a quiet face that had seen things, made a sound that might have been a laugh. Jacob cut him a look. The sound stopped. Sam's not here, said Jacob. He wanted to come but I said I'd handle it first. Handle what, exactly? You. Jacob crossed his arms. The movement pulled his shirt tight across shoulders that were genuinely extraordinary. You've been here 4 days and the pack has been, he stopped. The frustration in his voice had a specific quality, like someone trying to describe a physical sensation they don't have vocabulary for. Sam and 3 of the others saw you this morning. On the ridge. Yes. And they, again that stop, that pulling up short against an uncomfortable fact. Sam is our alpha. He doesn't just, he couldn't finish the sentence. He bowed, said Harry, helpfully. Jacob's jaw tightened. Yeah. And that bothers you. Of course it bothers me. And there was the real thing under the posturing, genuine distress, not aggression, the frustration of someone whose world has tilted on an axis he didn't know existed. Sam doesn't bow to anyone. He barely bowed to his own wolf spirit when it showed up. And now some English kid shows up in Forks and 4 members of my pack go to their knees without, he broke off, pressing a hand briefly through his hair. What did you do to them? Nothing, said Harry. I was running. People don't make alpha wolves bow by running past them. I didn't make anyone do anything, said Harry. What happened this morning was involuntary. I didn't ask for it. I didn't cause it deliberately. I'm telling you that as a fact, not as a defense. He held Jacob's gaze steadily. I'm not your enemy. I don't know what you are, said Jacob flatly. That makes 2 of us. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be reassuring. It's meant to be honest. Harry looked at him directly. You came here to decide whether I'm a threat. Fine. Decide. But while you're deciding, consider that I've been in your territory exactly once, this morning, on a public trail, running by myself at 5 a.m. I went to the Cullens for dinner Wednesday night and I went home and I went to school. I haven't bitten anyone or threatened anyone or moved against anyone. He paused. Whatever I am, I'm choosing what to do with it. That matters more than the what. The beach was quiet except for the sea. Jacob was watching him with an expression that had moved through several stages and was currently somewhere between assessment and something more complicated. The girl separated slightly from her position at the side. She'd been still enough that Jacob hadn't looked at her since Harry arrived, which suggested she'd been deliberately quiet, staying out of it, watching. Leah, said Jacob, without turning. I'm not doing anything, she said, and her voice had edges to it, not aggressive but honest the same way a blade is honest, it is what it is and it doesn't apologize for it. She looked at Harry and the look had a quality he recognized because he sometimes saw it in the mirror. The look of someone who has been on the outside of something their whole life and has stopped pretending they want in. I want to ask him something. Jacob waved a hand. She came forward a few steps. She was lean and precise in the way that people are precise when they've learned not to waste anything. This morning, she said. When Sam's group came out of the trees. You weren't surprised. No, said Harry. You heard them coming. From about a mile out. Something shifted in her expression. Not surprise, she'd already suspected. And you waited. Yes. Why? Not accusing. Genuinely curious, in the blunt way of someone who asks the question because they want the answer rather than because they know what to do with the social performance around the question. Most people, supernatural or not, when something that big is approaching in the dark, the reflex is to move. Get high ground, get gone, get a weapon. I had high ground, said Harry. And I wanted to see what they'd do. Leah looked at him for a moment. Then something in her face relaxed, not softening exactly, more like the controlled tension of someone who has been bracing for a specific kind of person and found a different kind instead. She said, and went back to her position. Jacob had watched this exchange. He turned back to Harry. "You're going to be a problem," he said, but the tone had changed. Still not friendly, not yet, possibly not for a while, but the edge of it was different. Not threat assessment. More like the honest appraisal of someone calibrating for a new variable. "Almost certainly," Harry agreed. The boy who'd almost laughed earlier stepped forward. He was calmer than Jacob, moving with a deliberateness that suggested he thought before he moved. "Quill," he said, by way of introduction. For what it's worth, whatever Sam felt this morning, he wasn't afraid of it. "I know," said Harry. "How do you know?" "Because the bow wasn't defensive." It was, Harry considered. Orienting. Like a compass finding north. Fear moves away from things. What Sam did this morning moved toward something. He paused. That's not a distinction I'd expect most people to make. Quill looked at him steadily. Then he glanced at Jacob in a way that communicated several things without words. Jacob looked out at the water for a moment. The sea was going from gray to silver as the afternoon light shifted, and the waves were steady and indifferent and entirely unconcerned with the gathering on the sand. He was thinking, Harry could see it, the real thinking happening under the performed composure, working through something he hadn't fully resolved yet. "The treaty," Jacob said finally. "With the Cullens. Do you know about it?" "Outline." "They stay off our land, we don't expose them to the town. It's held for 70 years. He looked back at Harry. "You're not a vampire." "No. But you came here through them. You're in their circle." "I came here independently. I met them second." Jacob processed this. "What are you here for?" Harry looked at the water for a moment. He didn't have any particular reason to give Jacob Black the full account. They'd known each other for approximately 20 minutes, which wasn't yet the threshold for comprehensive disclosure. But he also didn't believe in strategic misdirection when plain truth served better, and he could see clearly that Jacob Black responded to straightforwardness the way he responded to everything, with the full force of his attention, unmediated by social calculation. "I found out my father isn't who I thought he was," Harry said. "I came here because a letter told me the answers were here. I'm finding them." He paused. "That's the honest version." Jacob was quiet. "And the Cullens?" "They recognized me. I found them useful and honest and I chose to trust them." He met Jacob's eyes. "If that's a problem for the treaty, I'd rather know now." Jacob looked at him for a long moment. "It's complicated," he said. "I know. But complicated is just another word for requires thought." Harry tilted his head slightly. "What would make it less complicated?" "Knowing whose side you're on," Jacob said. "I'm on mine," said Harry, simply and without apology. "If your interests align with mine, we're on the same side. If they don't, we negotiate. I'm not walking into Forks and putting on a jersey." He paused. "But I'll tell you this, I have no interest in the Cullens and the pack being in conflict. It's inefficient and I'm going to be in Forks for a while." "You're going to be here," said Jacob. A statement, checking the fact. "Yes." "How long?" "As long as it takes." Jacob made a sound that was not quite a laugh, not quite a sigh. "You know you're the most aggravating new student this school has probably ever seen." "I've been called worse," said Harry. He glanced at the water, then back. "Talk to Sam. Tell him I'd like to meet him, when he's ready." Jacob looked at him. "Just like that?" "Your alpha bowed to me this morning without context or explanation. The least I can do is make myself available for a conversation." He paused. "I don't want to be a problem that lands on your pack from outside. I want to be something you understand well enough to work with. The beach was quiet. Behind Jacob, the pack had been watching this with varying degrees of engagement. Some of them had crossed from wary to something closer to curious. The composed one, Quill, was watching Harry with an expression that suggested filing and consideration. Leah, from her position at the side, was watching with that same careful attention she'd had from the beginning, which Harry thought was probably her default setting for everything and was, he decided, a quality rather than a warning sign. "I'll tell Sam," said Jacob, after a moment. "Good." Jacob looked at him for another beat. "You really have no idea what you are." "I have some idea," said Harry. "I have a journal and a 300-year-old doctor and a vampire who can't read my mind working on the rest of it with me." He held Jacob's gaze. "But no, not completely." "Not yet." Jacob nodded slowly. "And that doesn't bother you? Not knowing something is only a problem if you plan to stay ignorant about it." Harry shrugged. "I don't." Something settled in Jacob's expression. Not trust. Trust took longer, and both of them knew it, but something that might become trust if the subsequent evidence supported it. The beginning of a working hypothesis. "Okay," said Jacob. "Okay," said Harry. Jacob turned and walked back up the beach, his pack moving with him in that loose, coordinated way. Quill glanced back once and gave Harry a brief nod. Several of the others didn't look back. Leah was the last to go. She stood at the edge of the sand for a moment, looking at Harry with those sharp eyes that were already thinking 3 moves ahead of the current moment. "For what it's worth," she said, "Jacob's not actually as suspicious as he sounds. He just needs to talk himself around to things." "I noticed," said Harry. "And Sam," she paused. Something moved in her face that was complicated and had history in it that Harry didn't have access to yet. "Whatever Sam felt this morning, he was calmer afterward than I've seen him in a year. Whatever that means." "What do you think it means?" She looked at him for a moment. "I think it means you're not a threat. And I think most of what's walking around this area that isn't human is a threat, one way or another. So that's," she paused. "Interesting." She walked up the beach after the others. Harry watched her go. He turned back to the water. The sea was darkening as the afternoon aged, going from silver to pewter, the horizon a clean line between 2 shades of gray. He stood at the edge of the wet sand and let the cold air come off the water and thought about the shape of the day. The journal had a passage, he'd read it this morning at 6 a.m. before school, about the relationship between the primordial bloodlines and the spirit warriors. Not the Quileute specifically, but the archetype. Vlad had described them as the world's oldest immune system. The supernatural world's response to itself, ancient and specific and remarkably durable. He'd written about them with respect, which from someone 3,000 years old was not a small gesture. "They are not servants and not subjects," the passage said. "They are guardians of something real and their loyalty is to that thing, not to power for its own sake. Any primordial line that treats them as lesser misunderstands what they are. The ones who have lasted understood the balance." Harry had read that this morning and thought about Sam Yulee on the ridge in the pre-dawn dark, enormous and ancient and bowing, not in defeat, the way an enemy bows, but in the way of something that has found the right orientation and settled into it. He stood on the beach for a few more minutes. Then he turned and walked back up to his car. Sam Yulee came to his house at 8 that evening. Not with the pack, alone, which Harry found interesting and respected accordingly. He knocked on the front door with 3 measured knocks, and when Harry opened it, he found a man who was quite different from what the physical description had led him to expect. Large, yes, the same extraordinary build as Jacob and the others, the same furnace warmth coming off him in waves, but with a quality of stillness that was completely different from Jacob's restless, frustrated energy. Sam Yulee was very still in the way of someone who had learned stillness through necessity rather than nature. Someone who carried something heavy and had rearranged themselves to bear the weight without letting it show. He looked at Harry for a moment in the doorway light. Then he said, "You should know, I don't do that." The bowing. I've phased 3 times in front of other supernatural beings and I've never, he stopped. Looked at the porch floor briefly, then back. I needed you to know that I know that. Come in, said Harry. Sam came in and stood in the kitchen with his hands in his jacket pockets, looking around at the small, sparse space, the journal in its box on the counter, the 2 mugs, the single chair at the table that Harry had been occupying, taking the inventory of it. Tea, said Harry. Sam looked at him. Sure, he said, in the tone of someone who hadn't expected that. Harry made 2 mugs and they sat at the kitchen table across from each other, which was, Harry thought, a fundamentally civilized way to begin what could have been a tense conversation. Jacob says you're looking for answers about what you are, said Sam. Yes. The Cullens are helping you. Also yes. Sam nodded. He wrapped his hands around the mug, which was visibly warmed by his body heat even without the tea. I want to be straightforward with you, he said. Please. What happened this morning, my body did something my mind didn't decide to do. I've been a shapeshifter for 3 years. I have complete control over the shift, complete control over my wolf form. I have never been physically compelled to any action. He met Harry's eyes. That concerns me. Not you specifically. The principle of it. That's a reasonable concern, said Harry. Sam blinked, appearing slightly surprised that Harry had agreed immediately. I'd feel the same way, Harry continued. If someone else's presence in the world caused me to act without my decision, I'd want to understand it and I'd want to know whether it was going to be a recurring thing. He looked at Sam directly. As far as I know, and the source is still incomplete, the response is recognition, not compulsion. There's a difference. Explain the difference to me, said Sam. From your understanding. Harry considered. Compulsion overrides will. Recognition aligns instinct with something that was already there. This morning on the ridge, did it feel like something was forcing you down? Sam was quiet, really thinking about it. No, he said. Did it feel like something wrong? Another pause, longer. No, Sam said, more slowly. What did it feel like? Sam looked at the table for a moment. When he looked up, something in his expression was stripped of the careful control and was just honest. Like standing in the right place, he said. Like arriving somewhere after a very long time of being elsewhere. That's not compulsion, said Harry. That's orientation. You couldn't have stopped it because it wasn't being done to you, it was something in you finding a reference point. Sam sat with that. The kitchen was quiet except for the creak outside, constant and clean. The pack is my responsibility, Sam said finally. Jacob, the others, everything that happens to them, I answer for. I understand that. Whatever you are, whatever's coming with it, if it lands on my pack, I need to be able to respond. Also understood. Harry looked at him. Sam. I'm going to be in Forks. Things are going to develop around me, I won't pretend otherwise, that would be insulting to your intelligence. There's a situation building with the Volturi that will probably reach a visible point within the next few weeks. If it lands on this territory, I want your pack nowhere near the middle of it. Sam's jaw tightened slightly. That's not your call. Not a call. A preference. Harry met his eyes. I'm not going to try to manage what you do on your own land. But I want to be clear with you about what's coming so that your choices are informed. That's the opposite of treating your pack as expendable. Sam looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, the Volturi have been on our radar for years. Carlyle talks about them the way people talk about a weather system, not if it arrives, when. That's an accurate framing. And you're about to accelerate the timeline. I may have already, Harry said. He thought about the letter in his bag, stamped and ready to be posted tomorrow. I've contacted them. Something moved in Sam's expression. You reached out to the Volturi. Proactively, yes. Before they could reach out to me. He paused. I don't wait for other people to set the terms. Sam looked at him for a moment that contained a full assessment. Then, very slowly, something in him relaxed, that deep muscle tension of someone carrying a weight that has just been redistributed slightly, just enough. Jacob is going to have opinions about that, he said. Jacob has opinions about everything, said Harry. I respect that. For the first time, Sam smiled. Small, brief, and genuine. He does, he agreed. The smile faded into something more measured. What do you need from us? Nothing right now. But when I know more, when the shape of it becomes clearer, I'd like to be able to talk to you directly. You have my number. Give it to me. Sam recited it. Harry put it in his phone without ceremony. They finished the tea. Sam stood to leave and Harry walked him to the door. At the threshold, Sam turned. One more thing, he said. Go on. Emily, my fiancée, she wants to meet you. He said it simply, without apparent embarrassment at the non sequitur of it. She said she'd had a dream about a green-eyed man 2 nights before you arrived. She's been patient about not pushing, but, he shrugged, the shrug of a man who loves someone difficult and wouldn't change it. Harry looked at him. Tell her any time, he said. Sam nodded. She'll probably want to cook. I eat, said Harry. Something warm crossed Sam's face. Good, he said, and walked out into the dark. Harry stood in the doorway watching him go. The night was cold and clear and the stars were visible between the clouds, which was unusual for Forks and felt like a minor gift. He went back inside. He sat at the kitchen table and opened the journal and found a passage he'd bookmarked that afternoon, in a section dated to the 15th century, Vlad writing about what he described, with characteristic understatement, as the inconvenience of being known. When the world becomes aware of what you are, it will respond in one of 3 ways. Some will align. Some will test. Some will attempt to contain. The first requires openness. The second requires patience and a willingness to demonstrate rather than explain. The third requires something harder, the ability to refuse containment without destroying what is trying to contain you. The world is less useful empty. Harry read that twice. Then he picked up his pen and made a note in the margin, the first annotation he'd added to the journal since he'd found it. Working on it, he wrote. He closed the journal and stared at the ceiling for a while, thinking. The Cullens. The pack. Now the Volturi incoming. Everything moving, everything in motion, the web of it vibrating with the particular quality of something building toward a shape he couldn't yet fully see but could feel the way you feel a room through a wall, the warmth of it, the size of it, the fact that the door was going to open. He thought about what Alice had said. I can feel the shape of it coming, like weather. He could feel it too. Had been feeling it since Seattle-Tacoma, since the first drive through the green dark forest toward a small town that smelled of pine and rain and possibility. Since a box appeared on a wet deck at 4 a.m. and the creek went silent and the world held its breath for a moment. He was here. He was his father's son. And tomorrow he was posting a letter to Volterra that was going to make the weather arrive faster. He was not afraid of the weather. He posted the letter at 7 the next morning, before school, at the small post office on Main Street where the woman behind the counter looked at the address, looked at him, and said, Italy? Italy, said Harry. International airmail takes 8 to 12 days, Han, it won't take that long, said Harry, and paid for the stamp. He drove to school. At lunch, he sat with the Cullens for the first time, not invited, not assigned, simply choosing the table and sitting down, and the naturalness with which the family accommodated the addition told him something about where things had landed over the past 4 days that no explicit conversation could have communicated as clearly. Emmett was the most visibly pleased about this, which Harry found consistently endearing. So, said Emmett. I heard you met the wolves. Yesterday. And they didn't eat you. They bowed at me, actually. Emmett stared at him. Jacob Black bowed at you. Not Jacob. The others. Harry picked up his sandwich. Jacob and I had a conversation. About what? Things. Very descriptive. Emmett leaned forward. How'd that go? About as well as talking to someone like Jacob for the first time usually goes. Rosalie, across the table, said without looking up from whatever she was pretending to do, Jacob Black is loud and impulsive and not particularly subtle. He's also honest and he cares about his pack more than himself, said Harry. I've worked with worse. Rosalie looked up at that. Not warmly. Rosalie Hale's expressions were not warm in the conventional sense, but with something that was re-evaluative. She had the quality, he'd noticed, of someone who was continuously updating a model of the world and genuinely revising it when new data came in, underneath the performance of disdain. He thought that was probably the most honest thing about her. Sam Yulee came to my house last night, Harry said, to the table at large. That got everyone's attention. Sam Yulee came to your house, said Edward. Alone. Yes. Sam doesn't, Edward stopped. In the years we've been here, Sam Yulee has initiated contact with us exactly once. When the treaty was renegotiated. He does not make social calls. He wanted to understand what happened on the ridge. Harry looked at Edward. We talked. I told him about the Volturi situation. Another silence. This one had a specific texture, the texture of a group of people who have been carefully managing information and are processing the fact that one of their number has just moved on a different timeline. Harry. Carlyle's voice, measured. How much did you tell him? That something with the Volturi is building and that I'd rather he have information than not. He looked at Carlyle directly. Is that a problem? Carlyle considered it carefully. No, he said, after a moment. No, you're right. Sam knowing is better than Sam being surprised. He paused. Relations between the pack and the Volturi are theoretically non-existent. The treaty has always been our buffer. If the Volturi come to Forks and the pack is aware, then we have allies rather than bystanders, said Harry. I know that's complicated for the treaty. But I'd rather have the complication now than the chaos later. Carlyle looked at him for a moment. Then he nodded. You're right, he said, again, with the quality of someone who finds being right about something both reassuring and slightly humbling. Alice, who had been quiet, said, when did you post the letter? Harry looked at her. This morning. She absorbed that. Her expression didn't change, but her hands stilled. Okay, she said. Okay, said Edward. He's decided, said Alice. She looked at Harry with those sharp eyes that couldn't see his future and had chosen to be curious about that instead of frightened. There's no point in the rest of us deciding differently. The letter is sent. The letter is sent, Harry confirmed. Emmett grinned. It was a big, uncomplicated grin, the kind that didn't perform anything. I have no idea what's coming, he said, but I'm significantly more interested in my life than I was 5 days ago. That's one way to look at it, said Jasper, from the end of the table, quietly. Harry looked at him. Jasper raised one eyebrow, not unfriendly, just precise, in an expression that contained both acknowledgement of the complexity and acceptance of it. The soldier who had been worse things and found better ones, sitting at a lunch table on a Friday in the smallest town in Washington, waiting for the world to arrive. All right, said Harry. He finished his lunch. Outside the cafeteria windows, the forest stood dense and green and permanent, and the sky was the particular Forks gray that he was beginning to find something close to beautiful, and somewhere out there the pack moved through their Friday with the awareness of something new in their territory that was not a threat and not an ally and not yet anything they had a word for, and that was fine because Harry didn't have a word for it either. Words came after. Understanding came after. First, you moved through the world as what you were, and you let the world work out where to put you. He picked up his tray. The letter was in the air, moving toward Italy. Whatever came back would be Arrow's opening move. Harry had already decided his response. Chapter 5, Arrow's letter. The response came in 4 days. Not 8 to 12. Not the standard international airmail timeline that the woman at the post office had cited with cheerful confidence. 4 days, which meant Arrow had received Harry's letter within hours of it being sent, which meant the Volterra postal infrastructure was not the infrastructure being used, which meant Arrow had people watching for exactly this kind of thing, which was useful information about how the man operated. Harry found it Tuesday morning on his kitchen table. He hadn't left the door unlocked. He hadn't left the windows open. The house showed no sign of entry, no disturbance, no cold residue of vampire presence in the air, which he could now identify with reasonable confidence. Just the envelope, sitting in the center of the table with the precise placement of something that had been put there carefully, as a statement rather than a convenience. Cream-colored envelope. Heavy paper, the quality of it communicating expense without announcing it. His name on the front in handwriting that was old and the way Vlad's was old, formed in an era when writing was an art because everything important was written by hand and the hand that wrote it mattered. He made tea first. Then he sat down and opened it. Harry Potter, your letter arrived with an alacrity that suggests either exceptional postal fortune or a deliberate choice to forego conventional channels. I find I am charmed by either possibility. Allow me to be equally direct, since you have established that as the preferred register of our correspondence. I have known about you for 17 years. Not specifically, I did not have your name or your location. But I have been a student of the primordial bloodlines for 3 millennia, and certain configurations of the supernatural world produce, periodically, a resonance that those of us old enough to feel it recognize immediately. When you died and returned last year, I felt it from Volterra. Not as an event I could locate or identify, but as a shift in the fundamental frequency of the world. The way the turning of a great tide feels different from ordinary water. I want to be honest with you because I believe honesty, between people of genuine power, is the only currency worth spending. I have spent 3,000 years building something I am proud of. The Volturi are not simply an authority, they are a structure that has kept the supernatural world from consuming itself on more than 40 occasions that I can document. I am aware that this is not a popular framing among those who chafe under our governance. I am also aware that it is true. You are the first being I have encountered in 3,000 years whose existence is prior to my own authority. Not superior, prior. There is a difference, and it is one I have spent 4 days contemplating. I would like to meet you. Not to assess you as a threat, I am under no illusions about the nature of what you carry. Not to recruit you, I suspect you would find that conversation very short and very unrewarding for both parties. I would like to meet you because in 3,000 years of existence I have never had a genuine equal across the table, and I find I am curious what that conversation would look like. I invite you to Volterra at your convenience. You will be received as a guest of the highest order. No conditions, no obligations. Simply a conversation between two people who understand the world at a depth most others cannot access. Your family, the Cullens, are, of course, welcome to accompany you if you prefer the comfort of familiar company. I bear them no ill will. Carlisle Cullen is, frankly, one of the more impressive people I have met in several centuries, and I have long regretted that his principles keep us at arm's length. I look forward to your response. Arrow P.S. The 3 sentences you sent were masterful. I have read them 11 times. I intend to have them framed. Harry read the letter twice. Then he set it flat on the table and looked at it. He thought about what Carlyle had said. Brilliant. Patient in the way that only very old things are patient. He thought about what Edward had said. He's going to want to touch you very much. The letter was everything Arrow intended it to be, warm, intelligent, self-aware enough to acknowledge its own agenda while performing transparency about it. The compliments were genuine, which made them more dangerous than flattery. The honesty about his 3,000-year project was real pride, not performance. The invitation was framed as intellectual curiosity, which was true enough to be convincing and incomplete enough to be manipulative. The PS was the most interesting part. The PS was Arrow letting him see the seam in the performance, saying, "Look, I'm charmed by you, I'm going to let you see that I'm charmed." Either because he genuinely couldn't help it, or because showing the charm was its own kind of strategic move. Harry sat with the letter for a long time. He picked up his phone and sent a text to Carlisle. Arrow responded. "Can you come by tonight?" The reply, "Of course. 6 o'clock. Good." He put his phone down and went to get ready for school. He was distracted in a different way today, not processing, not managing, but genuinely thinking, working through something with the sustained focus he usually reserved for problems that required actual solutions. He took notes in class, and the notes were half lesson content and half scattered thoughts about Arrow's letter that he crossed out and rewrote and eventually gave up on and just sat with instead. In the hallway between third and fourth period, Bella Swan spoke to him for the first time. He knew who she was. The file Hermione had assembled on Forks had included basics on the Swan family, since Charlie Swan was the police chief and worth knowing, and Bella was in 2 of his classes and had been in his peripheral awareness since Monday as someone who watched things carefully without performing the watching. She sat 2 rows over in English, and she had the quality of someone who was constantly receiving more information from the world than she had been told to expect and was quietly, constantly revising her understanding accordingly. She fell into step beside him without any of the social preamble that most people felt obligated to perform. "You're not a vampire," she said. He looked at her. "Hello. Sorry. Hi." She didn't sound particularly sorry. "You're not a vampire." "No," he said. "But the Cullens, Edward especially, treat you differently than they treat everyone else. Including me, and I've known them for almost a year." "What kind of differently?" She considered this with the seriousness of someone who actually thought before answering, which he found immediately refreshing. "Like they're listening," she said. "All the time. Like even when you're not in the room, they're oriented toward where you were." She paused. "Edward looks at me like I'm something he's trying to protect. He looks at you like you're something he's trying to understand." "And you noticed this," said Harry. "I notice most things." "I know." He glanced at her. "You've been watching me since Monday." She didn't flush or look away. "Yes," she said. "Because everyone else is, but they're not seeing clearly. They're seeing the surface effect, the way you walk, the way teachers relax around you, the way Emmett Cullen looks at you like you're the most interesting thing he's seen in decades." She paused. "I'm interested in what's underneath that." They reached the fork in the hallway and both slowed. She was looking at him with the direct attention of someone who had grown up slightly outside the normal social rhythms, not an outsider, not a loner, just someone for whom observation came more naturally than performance. "What do you think is underneath it?" said Harry. She thought about it honestly. "Someone who's been through something very large," she said. "And who's still standing, which means either they're extraordinary or they've had to become extraordinary, and I'm not sure there's a difference." She tilted her head. "And someone who's in the middle of something that's only going to get larger, and who's making choices about it that they're not broadcasting." Harry looked at her for a moment. "That's fairly accurate." "I know." She shifted her bag on her shoulder. "I'm not asking to be involved. She stopped, chose her words. "I go to school with 7 vampires and I've known for almost a year, and I've been," she made a small gesture that contained more than it showed. "Adjacent to things. Without being part of them." She met his eyes. "I'd rather be honest about what I see than pretend I don't see it." "Why tell me?" "Because you're the only person I've met, human or otherwise, who seems like they'd respond to honesty with honesty rather than with management." She paused. "Am I wrong?" He looked at her for another moment. "No," he said. She nodded, like that confirmed something. "Okay," she said, and turned toward her class. "Bella," said Harry. She stopped. "Arrow wrote back this morning. He watched her process the name, she knew it, he could see it register. I'm meeting with the Cullens tonight to discuss it. If you want to understand what's happening rather than be adjacent to it, he paused. 7 o'clock. Cullen House. She looked at him for a moment that had something wide in it, not surprise exactly, but the specific feeling of a door opening that you'd been standing outside for a long time. I'll be there, she said. He texted Carlyle on his lunch break. Bella Swan is coming tonight as well. A longer pause than usual. Then, Edward will have thoughts about that. Edward can share them. Yes. 7 o'clock then. He put his phone in his pocket and finished his lunch and spent the afternoon in the ordinary rhythm of school, which he had begun to find genuinely useful, not for the academic content, most of which he'd covered or surpassed years ago, but for the rhythm of it. The structure of ordinary days was something he'd been missing without knowing it, the small reliable pattern of classes and breaks and the movement of people through familiar spaces. It was grounding in a way he hadn't known he needed. After school he stopped at the grocery store on Main Street and bought things to make dinner because he'd been living primarily on eggs and tea and toast for a week, and that was starting to feel like a choice he'd forgotten to make rather than an actual preference. He cooked properly for the first time since Edinburgh, nothing elaborate, just pasta with something real in it, eaten at the kitchen table with the journal open beside him, reading. He'd reached a section dated to the 16th century, Vlad writing about something he called the Compact, an arrangement between the primordial bloodline and the various supernatural factions that had existed in the old world before the Volturi's reach extended far enough to make it impractical. Not a political alliance. Something older and less formal, an understanding, mutual and implicit, that certain things were at the center and everything else arranged itself accordingly. The compact was never written, Vlad had noted. Writing it would have made it political, which it wasn't. It was structural. The way gravity is not a law but a fact. The wolves knew their part. The older vampire lines knew theirs. Even the wizarding world, which has always preferred to pretend the rest of the supernatural landscape doesn't exist, maintained the arrangement through sheer self-interest. Arrow ended it. Not through malice, through ambition, which is more dangerous than malice because it believes in itself. He built something genuinely impressive, and the thing he built required being the center. You cannot be the center of a system that already has one. Harry closed the journal. He washed up his plate, changed out of school clothes, and drove to the Cullen house. The study was full in a way it hadn't been Wednesday night. All 7 Cullens, and Bella on the leather sofa beside Alice, which appeared to be an arrangement that had been negotiated in the 10 minutes between her arrival and Harry's, with Alice apparently on Bella's side of the negotiation. Edward was near the bookshelf with the particular quality of someone who had things to say and was choosing the moment. Harry sat in the chair across from Carlyle's desk and put Arrow's letter on the desk between them. Carlyle read it without picking it up, his eyes moving across the page with the speed of someone for whom reading at pace was unconscious. He read it twice. His expression moved through several things, recognition, calculation, something that might have been reluctant admiration, and then settled into the steady, careful attention of someone preparing to think. He slid it across the desk. Edward picked it up. The room went through its reading in relay, Edward to Alice, Alice to Jasper who read it standing with his arms crossed, Jasper to Emmett who read it faster than expected, Emmett to Rosalie who read it with a precision that was different from the others, less emotional response and more audit. Bella read it last, sitting quietly, and she read it the same way she'd watched Harry in the hallway, with the full, unmanaged attention of someone collecting every piece of available information. When it made its way back to Carlyle, the room was quiet. "He's good," said Emmett, with genuine appreciation. "I mean he's very good." "The P.S.," said Alice. "He showed you the scene deliberately." "Yes," said Harry. "Why?" "Because showing the charm costs him nothing and demonstrates intelligence. He's saying, I know you'll see through the performance, so I'll acknowledge the performance." Which makes you wonder if the acknowledgement is also a performance. He paused. "It probably is. But the genuine part is real too. He's been waiting 3,000 years for this conversation. And you want to have it, said Edward. Not accusatory, observational, the way Edward often was. In Volterra. Eventually, said Harry. Not yet. Why not yet? Harry looked around the room. Because when I walk into Arrow's city, I want to understand completely what I am before he does. Right now I have fragments, the journal, what Carlyle knows, what the old texts say. That's not enough. He paused. The library in Volterra has the complete picture. But I'm not going there as a student. I'm going there as something else. What else? Said Rosalie, directly. Whatever I am when the picture is complete. He looked at her. Does that concern you? She held his gaze. What concerns me, she said, with her characteristic precision, is walking into a 3,000-year-old vampire's home base with incomplete information. About him or about you? Then we agree, said Harry. Which is why I'm not going yet. Rosalie looked at him for a moment. Then she nodded once, that single, decisive nod that Harry had come to recognize as her version of approval, considerably more valuable for its rarity. Carlyle leaned forward. The invitation was open-ended. At your convenience is deliberately non-pressuring. He'll apply pressure later if I don't respond soon enough, said Harry. Which is why I'm writing back tonight and setting a timeline that I control. When? Said Carlyle. 3 weeks. Harry had been working this out all day, running the logic of it against everything he knew. Enough time to read the rest of the journal, enough time to have the conversations I need to have, not enough time for Arrow to get impatient and start making moves. 3 weeks is very specific, said Jasper. 3 weeks is right, said Harry. 4 is too long. 2 is too short. Jasper accepted this with a slight nod, the nod of one tactical mind recognizing another's reasoning. He mentioned us. Carlyle picked up the letter again, his eyes going to the relevant passage. He invited us. He looked up. That's interesting. He's never extended a genuine invitation to this family. He's building a frame, said Harry. If I come with you, it looks like I'm operating in your context. If I come alone, it looks like I'm operating independently. He wants to know which it is. Which is it? Said Edward. Neither. Harry looked at him. You're not my context. You're people I've chosen. There's a difference. Something in Edward's expression shifted, that movement Harry had seen before, the slow recalibration of someone updating a long-standing model of the world. And Bella, he said, and the question was quiet but had weight in it. Bella looked at Edward with the particular expression of someone who is very done with having decisions made around them. I'm right here, she said. You can ask me. Are you safe, attending a meeting with the Volturi? Edward said, and the directness of it, finally, was genuine, not performative protection, real concern stripped of its usual management. I've been unsafe since I moved to Forks, said Bella, with a calm matter-of-factness that silenced the room slightly. The difference is that now I actually know what's happening instead of being kept adjacent to it. She looked at Harry. I'm not going to Volterra. But I want to know what you're walking into. I know, said Harry. Then tell me why you're not afraid of it. The room went still in a different way. Not the reverent stillness that Harry's presence sometimes produced, something more natural. The stillness of people wanting to hear something honestly said. Harry thought about how to answer. Not about how to perform the answer, or how to make it land in a particular way, just about what the actual truth was, stated as plainly as he could state it. Arrow is 3,000 years old, he said. He's built something real. He's intelligent, he's strategic, and he spent his entire existence understanding what everyone around him wants, needs, fears. He's very powerful. He paused. And he felt it when I died last year, from Volterra. He's been awake since then, waiting. Which means that everything he's built and everything he is, he stopped. Chose the next words carefully. He's been pointed at me. And he still wrote that letter. Meaning, said Bella. Meaning he had 3,000 years and a full guard and unlimited resources, and his move was a very elegant letter and an open invitation. Harry looked at her directly. He's not moving against me because some part of him, some very old and honest part, already knows the answer to the question he's asking. Bella looked at him for a long moment. And what's the answer? That you can't own gravity, said Harry. You can only decide how to relate to it. The fire in the grate crackled. Outside the tall windows the forest was dark and the rain had started again, the steady Forks rain that was less weather and more atmosphere. Emmett said, into the quiet, that might be the best thing I've ever heard. Emmett, said Rosalie. What? It was. Carlyle picked up the letter one more time, read the P.S., and set it down with something in his expression that Harry hadn't seen there before, not concern, not curiosity. Something closer to faith. What do you need from us, he said. 3 things. Harry leaned forward. First, access to everything in your library that mentions the primordial bloodline. Not excerpts, everything. Done. Second, Jasper. Harry looked at him, at the end of the room. Your experience with the Volturi is more extensive than the rest of your families. I know about the Southern Wars, broadly speaking. I want to know what you know about how Arrow thinks. How he moves. What he values most and what he'll sacrifice to protect it. Jasper looked at him steadily. That's a long conversation. I have time. A beat. Yes, said Jasper. Third. Harry looked at the room. When I write back to Arrow, when the timeline is set, I want you to know that whatever happens in Volterra, I'm not going to do anything that puts this family in a position where you have to choose between your conscience and your safety. The room was quiet. Why are you telling us that, said Rosalie. Because you went to your knees without choosing to, and I want you to know that I don't take that as a blank check. He looked at her directly. What you give me freely is the only kind of loyalty I want. Rosalie looked at him for a long time. Something in her face, that beautiful, controlled, continuously auditing face, opened slightly, just slightly, like a window in a very well-secured building being raised an inch for air. All right, she said quietly. He stayed late. Later than he'd planned, later than any of them had perhaps expected, the conversation pulling them through Arrow and the Volturi and the history that Jasper gave him in careful, precise segments, the old wars and the old politics and the specific texture of Arrow's court that only someone who had spent time adjacent to it could communicate. Jasper talked like a man giving a debrief, not emotional, not performed, structured and accurate. He talked about the Volturi Guard, about Jane and Alec, about the specific mechanics of Arrow's court and the hierarchy within it that wasn't always the hierarchy that appeared from outside. He talked about Chelsea, who could manipulate the emotional bonds between people and was Arrow's most quietly important asset. He talked about what Arrow feared, which was not defeat in the conventional sense but irrelevance, the possibility that the world might continue without him as its organizing principle. Harry listened to all of it with the complete attention he gave things that mattered. It was nearly midnight when the conversation finally wound down, the room settling into the comfortable quiet of people who have exchanged significant things and are sitting with the weight of them. Bella had fallen asleep on the sofa 40 minutes ago, which Alice had managed with 2 cushions and a blanket produced from somewhere without appearing to have moved. Edward was watching her sleep with an expression that had nothing performed in it whatsoever. Harry stood to leave. The response to Arrow, said Carlyle. Do you want to talk through what you're going to say? No, said Harry. But I'll tell you what it is afterward. Of course. Harry looked at Edward. Walk me out. They went through the quiet house and out the front door into the night rain. The lights from inside cast long rectangles on the wet path and the trees absorbed the light at their edges and gave nothing back. Chelsea, said Harry. Edward looked at him. Yes. She won't be able to affect me. No, said Edward. I don't think she will. But she'll try. And if she tries on your family while I'm in the room, it won't take, said Edward. Whatever the mechanism of the bond cutting is, it works through a reading of the emotional connections between people. If she tries it on my family while you're present, he paused. Your presence in the room probably constitutes a countersignal. Something foundational that she can't override. That's useful to know, said Harry. I thought it might be. Edward was quiet for a moment. The rain came down steadily between them. Jasper hasn't talked about the Southern Wars to anyone in years. I know. He talked for 4 hours tonight. Harry looked at him. I'm not saying that as a complaint, Edward said. I'm saying it as, he stopped. Something in his expression was working through something genuine. You have a way of making people feel that being honest with you is both safe and worth it. That's not a common combination. My mother had it, said Harry, and the words came out before he'd decided to say them. He didn't take them back. Just let them sit in the rain between them. Edward was quiet for a moment. She sounds extraordinary, he said. She was. Harry looked at the dark trees. She reorganized Vlad Dracula's library in an afternoon because she thought his system was irrational. A beat. Then Edward made a sound that was genuinely, completely amused. Did it stay reorganized? According to the journal, yes. He kept it her way. 3,000 years old and he kept it her way, said Edward. Something warm was in his voice, under the usual control. I think I would have liked her. She would have argued with you, said Harry. She argued with everyone. She found it respectful. I would have liked her, Edward said again, more certain. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he got in his car. Through the window, I'm writing to Arrow tonight. I'll have Carlyle see it in the morning. What are you going to say? Harry thought about Arrow's letter, the warmth of it, the intelligence, the careful honesty that was also careful misdirection. He thought about a man who had spent 3,000 years being the most powerful thing in the room and had just received a letter from something older, written in 3 sentences. That I'll come, said Harry. In 3 weeks. On my terms. And what are your terms? Harry started the engine. That I come alone. Edward stared at him through the window. Alone. If I bring the Cullens, Arrow has leverage. Over you, over me through you. Harry looked at him steadily. I'm not giving him leverage. Harry, I'm going alone. He held Edward's gaze. And then I'm coming back. Those are not 2 separate facts. Edward looked at him for a long moment in the rain. Then he stepped back from the car. His expression had moved through alarm and resistance and had arrived, reluctantly but genuinely, at something that recognized the logic and refused to pretend it didn't. Come back, then, he said. Harry drove home. He wrote the letter at the kitchen table at 1 a.m, with the journal open beside him and the rain against the windows and the creek running outside with the clean, steady authority of something that had been doing this for a very long time and intended to continue. The letter took him 11 minutes to write, which was 8 minutes less than Arrow's letter had probably taken and 40 minutes less than the reply Arrow was likely expecting. Harry was aware this was a kind of communication too, not a rushed response, not an over-considered one. Exactly as long as the thing needed to be. He read it back. Arrow, 3 weeks. I'll come alone. Prepare the library. You mentioned honesty as the only currency between people of genuine power. Let me be honest about one thing, I'm not coming to have a conversation. I'm coming to finish one that was interrupted 3,000 years ago by your decision to become the center of a system that already had one. I'll find what I need in your library regardless of whether you assist me. It would be more interesting if you did. HPPS. You said you'd have my 3 sentences framed. I'd recommend the south wall of the reading room. The light is better there. You'll know I've been in it. He folded it. Sealed it with the same charm as the first. put it in his jacket pocket for Carlyle to see in the morning. He sat at the table for a while longer, not reading, not thinking in any structured way. Just present in the small kitchen in the small house in the smallest town in Washington, with the rain coming down and the creek running and the forest standing in the dark, and 3,000 years of history pressing gently against the walls of the present moment like water against a dam that had been built for exactly this pressure. He was his father's son. He was Lily Evans's son. He was 17 years old and he had died once and come back and built something out of the coming back that he was only beginning to understand, and in 3 weeks he was going to walk into the center of the oldest vampire empire in the world and he was not going to take a single person with him for protection because he did not need protection and pretending otherwise would be its own kind of defeat. He picked up his mug. Cold tea. He hadn't noticed it cooling. He drank it anyway. Outside, something moved through the forest, large, quiet, the pattern of a wolf running the perimeter. Not threatening. Familiar, almost. The pack doing what the pack did, moving through their territory with the steady authority of things that belong to a place. Harry listened until the sound faded. Then he went to bed, and this time, for the first time in a week, he slept. Chapter 6, The Gathering Storm. They arrived on a Thursday. Harry was in the school parking lot at 7:50 when he felt them, not saw, felt, the way you feel a change in barometric pressure before the storm is visible. 3 distinct signatures, cold and old and structured in the specific Volturi way that he'd been learning to identify through Jasper's detailed account. Not as old as Arrow. Enforcers, then. Sent to look before Arrow committed to anything. He'd expected this. He finished the last of his coffee, dropped the cup in the bin by the entrance, and went to class. By second period, Edward had texted him. 3 of them. Felix, Dimitri, and one I don't recognize. They're in town. Harry replied. I know. A pause. Then, you felt them from the parking lot? Yes. A longer pause. Harry could almost feel Edward's expression through the phone screen, that particular quality of recalibration that had become familiar over 2 weeks. They'll find you quickly. Dimitri is a tracker. I know what Dimitri does. Tell your family to stay at school. Harry, stay at school, Harry sent again. This is mine. He put his phone away and paid attention in class. The Volturi 3 found him at lunch. He was sitting at the Cullen table, his table now, which had happened so gradually that nobody had formally acknowledged it, when the cafeteria doors opened and 3 people walked in who were not students and not teachers and not anything the ordinary human population of Forks High School had ever encountered before. Felix was enormous in the way that transcended simple physical size, the kind of enormous that had centuries of intent behind it, power worn as naturally as clothing. He had the easy confidence of someone who had never lost a physical confrontation and could not imagine a universe in which that changed. He moved through the cafeteria like a man walking through a field, unhurried, certain of the terrain. Dimitri was different. Lean, precise, with a quality of attention that was different from Felix's physical authority. It was the attention of something that tracks, that finds, that does not lose what it has located. He had the particular stillness of a hunting animal that has made its identification and is simply confirming what it already knows. The third was a woman Harry hadn't heard described. Tall, ash blonde, with eyes that were a slightly different shade from the others, more amber than red, though not the Cullen amber, something in between, a transition point. She moved with a quality that wasn't physical authority or tracking precision but something that made the air around her feel slightly different, slightly thicker. Chelsea, Harry thought. The bond reader. All 3 of them were looking at him. The cafeteria had gone quiet in the specific way of a room full of humans registering something wrong at the animal level, beneath conscious thought. Trays stopped halfway to tables. Conversations trailed. Somewhere a fork was set down very carefully. Harry picked up his sandwich and took a bite. Felix reached the table first. He stopped at a distance that was calculated, close enough to be dominant, far enough to not be immediately threatening. He was smiling. It was a very good smile, genuinely warm, and Harry could see clearly that it was also very practiced. "Harry Potter," said Felix. His voice was large, like the rest of him, carrying easily in the quiet. "You're not hard to find." "I wasn't trying to be," said Harry. Felix's smile held. "Arrow sends his regards." "Arrow sends 3 people to send his regards," said Harry. "That's a lot of regards." Felix's smile did something at the edges, a small adjustment that communicated he found this charming while also noting that it was, in fact, sharp. "He wanted to ensure your comfort while you're in Forks. 3 weeks is a while to wait." "I'm very comfortable." Harry looked at the 3 of them in turn, unhurried, the way you look at things when you have time. Felix. Dimitri, whose tracking attention had not moved from Harry since they entered, like a compass needle that has found north and stopped. Chelsea, whose quality of attention was different from both, she was reading the table, Harry realized. Reading the bonds. The Cullens were very still around him. He felt her working. Felt it like a hand pressing gently against something structural, testing for give. Testing the connections between Harry and the family around him, looking for the place where they could be loosened. She found nothing to loosen. He looked at her directly. She met his eyes and something in her expression shifted, not alarm, more like genuine surprise, the expression of a craftsman who has applied a tool to a material it has never before failed to affect. "Chelsea," said Harry pleasantly. She blinked. "It's a good ability," he said. "I understand why Arrow values it." Felix's smile had taken on a different quality. He was watching Harry, reassessing in real time with the quick intelligence of someone who operated in a world where reassessment was survival. "He does," Felix said. "As he values many things. He hopes you'll come to understand that, in Volterra." "I intend to," said Harry. He set down his sandwich and looked at Felix directly. "Are you here to escort me?" "To offer escort," said Felix. "If you'd like company on the journey." "I wouldn't." He held Felix's gaze with the comfortable steadiness of someone who had stared down considerably worse. "But since you're here, I have a question." Felix spread his hands, the gesture of someone performing generosity. "Of course. What did Arrow tell you about me? Before you came?" "A beat." Felix was good, the pause was very small. "But it was there." "That you were a new arrival," Felix said. "Someone he wanted to meet." "That's what he told you to say," said Harry. "I'm asking what he told you about what I am." Another beat. Longer this time. Felix and Dimitri exchanged a look that was very brief and very communicative. Chelsea had stopped the bond reading. Harry felt the cessation of it, the particular way the ambient pressure of her ability withdrew. Felix said, choosing his words with a care that was more honest than his previous smoothness, that you were something he hadn't encountered before. And that we should behave accordingly. Which means no aggression. No tests. He paused, and something real moved under the professional surface. "Truthfully, the 3 of us have been Arrow's guard for a very long time. He has sent us to assess many things. He has never given instructions like these." Harry looked at him. "Are you telling me that to establish trust or because it's true?" Felix's smile now was different, less performance, more genuine. "Both," he said. "I've found they tend to work better together." Harry looked at him for a moment. Felix was interesting, he'd been expecting something cruder. 3 weeks of Jasper's careful descriptions of the Volturi guard had given him an accurate picture of the power, but he hadn't fully accounted for the intelligence. Felix was not just muscle. He was someone who had survived 3,000 years of Arrow's court, which required a specific kind of shrewd adaptability that raw strength didn't explain. "Sit down," said Harry. Felix blinked. "I'm sorry." "Sit down. All 3 of you. I'll have 20 minutes before my next class and I'd rather use them than waste them." The cafeteria was still quiet. The Cullens around Harry had not moved, had barely breathed, though none of them breathed, which meant the quality of their stillness was absolute and very pointed. Felix looked at the table. Looked at Harry. Then he looked at Dmitri, who gave a minimal shrug, the shrug of someone operating well outside their established protocols and deciding to be philosophical about it. They sat. The cafeteria around them slowly, cautiously resumed its noise, the human instinct toward normalcy reasserting itself over the animal warning. Harry looked at them across the table. "You're going to report to Arrow after this. What you tell him matters. So let's be useful." "What would you like us to report?" said Dmitri. His voice was precise and even, and this was the first thing he'd said. It was an interesting question, not sycophantic, not defensive. Genuinely asking. "The truth," said Harry. "That I'm prepared. That I'm coming as agreed. That the Cullens are not my entourage, they're my chosen company in a place I've decided to make my home, and that distinction matters." He paused. "And that whatever Arrow expects to find when I walk into that library, whatever picture he's built from the old texts and the resonance he felt last year, the real thing is probably not smaller than the picture." Felix was watching him. "That's an interesting thing to ask us to report." "Arrow already suspects it," said Harry. "I'm just removing the uncertainty. He can stop wondering and start preparing for an actual conversation." Chelsea said, for the first time, quietly, "You felt me working." "Yes," said Harry. "That shouldn't be possible." Not accusatory. Honestly puzzled, in the way of someone for whom their ability had always been invisible and finding a new parameter disorienting. "No one has ever felt it," said Harry. "I know. I'm not a conventional target." He looked at her steadily. "Your ability reads emotional bonds. What you found between me and the people at this table, it didn't yield because it's not the kind of bond your ability is calibrated for." "What kind is it?" she said. "Chosen," said Harry simply. "And old. Older than the system you're working with." Chelsea absorbed this. She had, Harry thought, the genuine curiosity of someone who was very good at her work and had just found a phenomenon that expanded her understanding of it. In a different court, in a different century, she might have been a remarkable scholar. "Arrow will want to understand that," she said. "Then he can ask me in 3 weeks," said Harry. The lunch bell rang. Around them, students began collecting trays and bags with the particular organized chaos of a high school period change. Harry picked up his tray. "One more thing," he said, looking at Felix. "You have no reason to stay in Forks." Felix met his eyes. The professional smoothness was still there, but what was under it had shifted, the quality of someone who has done a genuine assessment and arrived at a genuine conclusion. "We leave this afternoon," he said. "Good." Harry stood. "Tell Arrow his library had better be in better shape than Vlad's was before my mother got to it." He carried his tray to the collection point and went to class. The Cullens found him after school in the parking lot, appearing from various directions with the coordinated non-coordination of people who had discussed this in advance without appearing to discuss it. Even Emmett's approach looked casual, which it was not. "That was," said Emmett, "the most incredible thing I've watched happen in a school cafeteria." "Emmett," said Rosalie. "No, I'm serious. Felix hasn't sat down at someone's request since. Has Felix ever sat down at someone's request?" "Jasper, has Felix ever?" "Once," said Jasper. "In 1816. Arrow asked him to. He was irritated about it for a decade. And Harry just," Emmett made an expansive gesture that communicated the entire arc of the lunch interaction. "One sentence. Sit down. And they Saturday." "I asked nicely," said Harry. "You told Chelsea you could feel her ability working," said Edward. He was next to Harry now, walking with the pace of someone who had things to say and was choosing the order. She's been operating covertly for 3,000 years. Nobody has ever, it unsettled her," said Harry. "Which is useful. She'll report it accurately because she's not the kind of person who misrepresents professional findings. An arrow will know that whatever he brings to that library, the covert approaches aren't available. You're clearing the board before you get there, said Jasper. I'm reducing his options, said Harry. There's a difference. Clearing the board would require removing pieces. I'm just letting him know which moves I can see. Jasper looked at him steadily. The southern campaigns, he said. The successful ones. That's the approach. Don't engage every threat, make the threat landscape visible, so your opponent has to account for your awareness rather than just your response. Something like that, said Harry. They had reached his car. He stopped and turned to face them, all 7 of them, arranged in the loose configuration they fell into when they were around him, that orientation without formation. They're leaving this afternoon, he said. So the next 2 weeks should be clear. And then, said Carlyle. And then I go to Volterra. Alone, said Edward, and there was something in the word this time, not argument, not protest, just the plainness of saying a fact you haven't made peace with but are choosing to accept. Alone, confirmed Harry. He looked at Edward. I told you. I'm coming back. You said that like it was simple, said Edward. It is simple. He held Edward's gaze. Simple and difficult are not the same thing. Coming back is simple. What happens in between might not be. That's not particularly reassuring, said Emmett. I know. Harry glanced at him. But it's accurate, and you all prefer accuracy. Emmett opened his mouth. Closed it. Yeah, he said. Fair. Bella was there, she'd been at the edge of the group, present but not performing presence, which was her way. She was looking at Harry with the direct attention she always had, but with something in it now that had moved since the cafeteria, something that had arrived at a decision. Can I talk to you? She said. Just you. The Cullens accepted this with the collective tact of a family that had learned, over a century of proximity, when to give space. They dispersed with varying degrees of grace, Emmett least gracefully, Rosalie most, Edward turning away last and walking slowly and hearing everything anyway, which everyone including Bella knew and had apparently decided to accept as the price of his company. They walked to the edge of the parking lot, where the school fence met the beginning of the tree line, and stopped. I want to ask you something, said Bella. And I want you to actually answer it, not give me the version you'd give to someone you're trying to protect. I don't generally give different versions, said Harry. I know. That's why I'm asking. She looked at him directly. Do you actually want any of this? The question landed differently than he'd expected. Not because it was unexpected, he'd had some version of this thought circling in the back of his consciousness for days, but because the way she asked it stripped out all the framework he'd been using to avoid examining the core of it. Not, are you ready for this? Not, can you handle this? But, do you want it? He looked at the trees. They were dark green and very still in the gray afternoon. What's the this? He said. The authority, she said. Whatever the word is for what you are in the supernatural world. What happened in that cafeteria just now? Felix sat down because you told him to. Sam Yulee bowed on a ridge at 5 a.m. The Cullens orient toward you like your magnetic north. She paused. That doesn't happen to people who just show up. That's a position. And positions come with costs. He was quiet for a moment. She waited. She was good at waiting, he'd noticed that about her. She didn't fill silences with noise the way people did when they were uncomfortable with the content of a silence. She just waited. No, he said. She looked at him. No, you don't want it. No, I didn't ask for it. He turned to face her. Those are different things. Are they? I didn't ask to be my father's son. I didn't ask for what's in my blood or what it means or how things respond to it. He said it without self-pity, just plain. But I'm also not going to spend my life pretending it isn't there. I did that for 17 years with a different kind of power, in a different world, and it didn't make anything smaller. It just made me less prepared for the size of it when I finally had to face it. Bella looked at him for a moment. So you don't want it, but you're not going to hide from it. I'm going to use it, he said. For things that matter. Not because I enjoy authority for its own sake, I don't. But authority pointed at something worth protecting is just another tool. He paused. I grew up in a cupboard under a staircase. Power for its own sake is not something I have a lot of nostalgia for. Something moved in Bella's face, something that understood that last sentence without needing its context explained, in the way that certain people understand certain things because their own experience has given them the shape of it. What's worth protecting, she said. He thought about that. Not the political answer, not the strategic one. The actual answer. People who've built something real, he said. Carlyle spent 3 centuries choosing kindness when the easier option was always available. The pack runs the perimeter of this peninsula every night protecting humans who don't know they exist. My mother reorganized a 3,000-year-old vampire's library because she thought the system was irrational. Something in him settled as he said it, the way things settle when they're being said in the right direction. Things that exist because someone kept choosing them. Those are worth protecting. Bella was quiet for a moment. And Volterra? Arrow built something real too, Harry said. However it looks from outside, the structure he built has prevented genuine catastrophe more than once. I read the history. He paused. What I'm going to Volterra to do is not demolish his empire. It's to make sure the empire acknowledges what it's always been built around, whether it knew it or not. And if he doesn't want to acknowledge it? Harry looked at her. He will, he said, simply and without drama. Bella looked at him for a long moment. Then something in her settled too, in a different way, the way that happens when a question you've been carrying has been answered well enough to put down. Okay, she said. Okay. Okay. She pushed her hair back from her face. I'm going to keep asking you things like that. If that's all right. It's more than all right, said Harry. You're the only person who asks the right questions. Edward would argue with that, she said. Edward asks the right questions about strategy, said Harry. You ask the right questions about the person making the strategy. They're different. He paused. Both useful. She almost smiled. It was the almost that was the most genuine part of it. Don't tell him that, she said. He'll be insufferable about the strategy part. He already knows, said Harry. She actually smiled then, brief and real. He does, she agreed. 2 weeks. They move like 2 weeks do when you're trying to learn everything simultaneously and also living an ordinary life in a small town, with a strange combination of rushing and stillness, each day full and then gone. He finished the journal on a Saturday morning, sitting at the kitchen table with the creek outside and the rain steady against the windows, and he read the last entry, dated 3 years ago, Vlad's handwriting identical to the first page, unchanged across whatever measure of time applied to him, with the full attention he'd given every other page. I have said most of what needed saying. The rest you'll find yourself, which is the only way the important things are ever really found. One thing remains. You will walk into the old court and it will try to read you. Let it. The older the creature, the more completely they'll understand what they're reading. This is not vulnerability, it is information. What they recognize tells you more about what you are than any text. When Arrow takes your hand, and he will try, the silence he finds will not be comfortable for him. Let him sit with it. Discomfort is how the honest part of a person learns. You have your mother's patience and her precision and her complete lack of interest in being told what she is. You have my steadiness and my long view and my inability to be afraid of things simply because they are large. Between the two, you are more than adequate for what's coming. Harry closed the journal. He sat with it closed for a long time. More than adequate. He recognized the understatement as stylistic. Glad's voice throughout was dry and exact and declined to perform sentiment. Coming from that voice, in that register, it was a great deal. He put the journal in the box and the box on the shelf in his bedroom and went for a run. The days moved through their shapes. He and Jasper had 3 more conversations about the Volturi, each one more specific than the last, the particular protocols of Arrow's court, the hierarchy of the guard, the specific and important distinction between those who served from genuine loyalty and those who served from something more complicated. Jane, he learned, was the most straightforward of Arrow's inner guard in the sense that her motivations were uncomplicated. She served Arrow because Arrow was the only person who had ever looked at what she was and valued it without flinching. This was, Harry thought, both the saddest and most human thing he'd heard about anyone in the Volturi. "She'll try her ability on you," said Jasper, in his direct, debrief voice. "I know. It will be reflexive. She doesn't always choose it." "I know." Harry looked at him. "It won't work." Jasper absorbed this. "How do you know?" "Her ability works through pain," said Harry. "The infliction of it, through some mechanism I don't entirely understand. Pain requires a certain kind of biological architecture to register as pain." He paused. "I don't have exactly that architecture anymore." Jasper was quiet for a moment. "Since the death and return?" "Yes." "What do you have instead?" Harry thought about how to answer that. "Something older," he said. "Pain, at the level Jane can reach, reads to me the way a strong wind reads to a mountain. It's real. It's just not the same kind of problem." Jasper looked at him steadily for a long time. Then he said, with great simplicity, "All right." He had dinner with Sam and Emily on a Wednesday evening, which was one of the most quietly unexpectedly pleasant evenings he'd had since arriving in Forks. Emily Young was small and fierce and had a quality of absolute grounded certainty about herself that was enormously restful to be around. She cooked with the focused generosity of someone who understood that feeding people was a language, and she watched Harry across the table with eyes that were reading him in a way that was different from everyone else's reading, not supernatural, not analytical, just deeply human and accurate. "You're going somewhere," she said, halfway through dinner. "Italy," said Harry. "Scary place." He glanced at Sam. Sam raised his eyebrows slightly, the expression of a man who had learned that Emily's questions were always worth answering directly. "Potentially," said Harry. "But you're not scared?" "No." She nodded, the nod of someone filing information they expected. "The dream I had," she said. "The one before you arrived." She paused. "In it, you were standing in a very old place. Stone walls. Torches. And there were things in a circle around you that were bowing." She met his eyes. "And you looked like you'd rather be somewhere else." Harry looked at her for a moment. "That's fairly accurate," he said. She smiled, a real smile, unguarded. "Come back from Italy," she said. "I'll make those biscuits next time." "I will," he said. Jacob came to his house on the last Friday, unannounced, knocking with the same 3-knock pattern Sam had used. Harry opened the door and Jacob stood there in the particular way he stood when he was about to say something he'd been composing for a while and was determined not to make awkward. "I know you're going next week," Jacob said. "Monday," said Harry. "Come in." Jacob came in and stood in the kitchen and declined tea with the expression of someone who had never quite understood the tea thing and had stopped trying. Harry made himself a cup and sat at the table and waited. "I want to say something," said Jacob, "and I need you to not make it weird." "All right. When you talked to Sam on the beach. And when he came here." Jacob crossed his arms, not defensively. He was one of those people for whom crossed arms were simply a resting position. "The pack has been, since you've been here, the pack has been different. Not in a big way. Just," he stopped, searching. "Sam is easier. The newer wolves, who are still figuring out the shift, they're calmer. Even Leah, which I honestly didn't think was possible." Harry said nothing. I don't know if that's you specifically or just, Jacob made a gesture. Having something that feels like a fixed point. Something that isn't just the treaty with the Cold Ones and the obligation to the tribe. Something that feels like it's, he stopped again. Then said, directly, because Jacob Black when he committed to honesty was thorough about it, like it's on our side. Harry looked at him. I am on your side, he said. I told you on the beach, if your interests align with mine, we're on the same side. And your interests are your pack. Their safety, their future, their ability to exist as what they are without it being a secret that crushes them. He paused. Those interests align. Jacob looked at him for a long moment. Something in his face moved through several things and arrived at something quieter and more genuine than any of the preceding expressions. Okay, he said. Okay, said Harry. A beat. Italy, said Jacob. You're really going alone? Yes. That's, he stopped. Considered. That's either very brave or very arrogant. Probably both, said Harry. Jacob almost smiled. It was the same almost smile as Bella's, which Harry found interesting. Bella and Jacob moved differently, thought differently, had completely different relationships to every other person in their orbit, but they shared that particular quality of honesty before performance that made their almost smiles more genuine than most people's full ones. When you come back, said Jacob. When I come back, said Harry. The pack wants to run with you. He said it straight, without ceremony. Sam said, it's a thing, apparently. In the old records. When the primordial line was active, the spirit warriors would run with them. To acknowledge it. It's not submission. It's recognition, said Harry. Yeah. Jacob met his eyes. When you come back. When I come back, said Harry. Yes. Jacob nodded once. He turned to go, then stopped. Without turning around, for what it's worth. Whatever Arrow's planning, he paused. I think he's going to be surprised. Probably, said Harry. Good, said Jacob, and walked out the front door. Harry sat at the kitchen table for a while afterward, with the creek outside and the rain that was always there and the quiet house that had in 3 weeks become something that he recognized when he walked through the door, something that had taken the shape of him. He was leaving Monday. He was coming back. Between those two facts was whatever Arrow had been preparing for 3 weeks, whatever the stone halls of Volterra and the oldest library in the vampire world contained, whatever the answer was to the question Vlad had opened and the journal had outlined and 3 weeks of Forks had been building toward. He was ready. Not because he had finished learning, you never finished that. Not because he had eliminated every uncertainty, uncertainty was simply a condition of being alive and he'd made his peace with that somewhere around age 11. But because he had what he needed, the journal's history, the Cullen's intelligence, Jasper's tactical knowledge, Sam's trust, Jacob's honest belligerence, Bella's questions, and his own blood, which had been waking up in increments for a year and had spent 3 weeks in Forks completing a process that had apparently needed this specific place, these specific people, this specific configuration of old things recognizing each other across centuries, to reach its natural conclusion. He was what he was. He stood up, washed his mug, and went to pack. Sunday evening, all of them came. Not planned, or rather, not formally planned, which meant Alice had seen something and made some suggestions and the rest of the family had done what the family did when Alice made suggestions, which was comply while pretending it was their own idea. Jacob came too, which meant Sam had told him it was appropriate, which meant something had been communicated in whatever language the pack used for things that mattered. Bella came because she wanted to, which was the best reason. They sat in Harry's small living room, which was not really large enough for 9 people plus 7 vampires in any conventional spatial sense, but which managed it through the specific alchemy of people who are comfortable enough with each other to take up less room than they ordinarily would. Esme had brought food. Emily had also sent food via Jacob, which created a brief and wordless negotiation between 2 kinds of hospitality that resolved itself with complete satisfaction on both sides. They talked about ordinary things. They talked about school, about the law push bonfire that was apparently an autumn tradition, about a film Emmett had watched twice that week that Rosalie had pretended not to also watch. Jacob and Edward maintained their established dynamic of mutual tolerance expressed through pointed restraint, which Harry found consistently entertaining. He didn't make a speech. He didn't mark the evening as significant in any formal way, because it didn't need marking. It already was what it was, this collection of people in a small house in a small town, various and extraordinary and ordinary all at once, sharing the kind of evening that requires nothing from you but your presence. Bella sat beside him for a while and didn't say anything, which was one of the most comfortable silences he'd had in recent memory. Late, when people were beginning to say their goodbyes and the room was thinning, Carlyle held out his hand. Harry shook it. Carlyle held on for a moment longer than the handshake required. He was looking at Harry with those clear, 3-century eyes that had seen enough of the world to know when something significant was standing in front of them. "Whatever you find in that library," Carlyle said quietly. "Whatever the complete picture turns out to be, you are already the thing you're going to find evidence of. The finding doesn't change the fact." Harry looked at him. "I know," he said. "Good." Carlyle released his hand. "Come home." Harry watched him go. Watched all of them go, in their various ways, until it was just Bella and Jacob at the door together, which was an unusual enough alignment that it had its own comedy. "Don't die," said Jacob. "Already tried it," said Harry. "Didn't take." Jacob shook his head, but he was almost smiling. He left. Bella stood in the doorway for a moment. "What Carlyle said," she said. "About the finding not changing the fact." She met his eyes. "He's right." "I know," said Harry. "You already know what you are," she said. "You've known since the box on the deck. Maybe since you got off the plane." He looked at her. "What you're going to Volterra for," she said, "isn't answers. It's documentation." He was quiet for a moment. "That's accurate," he said. "I know." She turned to go. Over her shoulder, "Come back from Italy, Harry." "Yes," he said. She walked to her car. He watched the tail lights disappear down the road through the trees. He closed the door. He stood in his quiet house with the creek running and the rain on the roof and the box on the bedroom shelf and the letter that had started everything in his breast pocket where it always was, and he breathed once, slow and complete, the kind of breath that clears the whole system. Tomorrow. A flight from Seattle. And then stone walls and torchlight and 3,000 years of gathered knowledge waiting behind a door that had been building toward his arrival since before his mother was born. He was ready. He turned off the kitchen light and went to bed, and this time when he lay in the dark, he didn't listen to the creak. He already knew it was there. Chapter 7, Barrow Comes Himself. Volterra was older than its architecture suggested. Harry felt it on the drive up from Florence, the city sitting on its hill like something that had grown there rather than been built, the Tuscan countryside golden and indifferent below it, the kind of landscape that has seen so many centuries of human drama that it has stopped having opinions about any of them. The taxi driver talked about the festival preparations, the tourists, the piazza, and Harry listened with half his attention and spent the other half feeling the city the way he'd learned to feel spaces, the way you put your hand on a wall and know through the palm what's on the other side. What was on the other side of Volterra was very old indeed. He'd booked a hotel under his own name, which was a statement. He checked in, dropped his bag, stood at the window looking at the stone streets below for a few minutes, then took the passeggiata route that any tourist would take toward the main piazza. He'd done his research. He knew the entrance points, the underground geography as Jasper had described it, the specific location of the Volturi seat relative to the civic buildings above. He walked like a tourist. He was not a tourist. The city felt him back. He was aware of it, the shift in whatever ambient awareness the ancient vampires below the streets maintained, that slow subterranean attention turning toward him the way deep water moves when something enters at the surface. He'd been in the city 40 minutes when a man fell into step beside him. Not Felix, someone younger looking, in a dark jacket, with the specific quality of precise movement that marked Volturi guard. He said nothing. He simply walked alongside Harry at the same pace, which was the most courteous possible version of an escort. "I know where I'm going," said Harry. The man said nothing, but his pace adjusted slightly, giving Harry more space. He found the entrance through the clock tower on his own. The underground moved differently from the city above, older stone, older air, the specific quality of spaces that have been inhabited for millennia by things that do not decay and therefore maintain a particular stillness that human habitation never quite achieves. Torches in the passages threw orange light on stone walls, and Harry moved through it with the comfortable ease of someone who had been in worse dark, though the dark here was its own specific thing. Rich, was the word. The dark in these halls was rich with presence. He was led through corridors by the silent escort and two others who joined at intervals, not threatening, simply present, and he noted the architecture as he moved through it, the geography of power expressed in stone, Jasper's descriptions of it mapping accurately to the reality, which told him Jasper's intelligence was sound and could be trusted on the less visible points as well. The Great Hall was not where he was taken. He was taken instead to what the escort's minimal gesture communicated was a waiting room, though the waiting room of the Volturi was not a room that announced itself as such. It was a library anteroom, tall shelves, old volumes, the smell of paper and preservation, a long table of dark wood with chairs that were designed for permanence rather than comfort. Two windows cut high in the stone let in grey rectangles of Italian afternoon. Harry sat. He did not wait in the way that waiting rooms are designed to produce, the particular passive suspension of people who have submitted their time to another person's convenience. He sat with the active, present stillness of someone using the time, reading the room. Noting the volumes on the shelves, which were categorized in a system that was centuries old and had its own logic once you understood the period. Noting the two guards who remained in the doorway. Noting the specific quality of the silence, which was not the silence of emptiness but the silence of many things holding themselves very still. He was aware of Arrow before Arrow appeared. The awareness came first as a change in the quality of the ambient attention, the subterranean weight of the city's ancient inhabitants shifting in a specific direction, the way compass needles shift when the magnetic source moves. And then a sound, barely a sound, the specific movement of someone for whom complete silence was a choice rather than a limitation and who was choosing not to make it, giving Harry the information of his approach as a courtesy. The doors at the far end of the room opened. Arrow. He was not what Harry had imagined, despite everything Jasper and Carlyle and the old texts had communicated. He understood why. The texts described his power, his age, his political sophistication. They could not describe the specific quality of his presence, which was the presence of something so genuinely, comprehensively old that it had developed a kind of weightlessness. 3,000 years had taken everything extraneous from Arrow and left only the essential, which turned out to be curiosity, intelligence, and something that might have been loneliness if it weren't so vast that loneliness was too small a word. He was slender, pale as old ivory, with dark hair and eyes that were the deep red of something that had eaten well and long. He moved through the room the way water moves, no wasted motion, no performance of power, just the economy of something for which movement was still a pleasure after 3 millennia. He stopped at the opposite end of the table and looked at Harry. The looking took a moment. Not the moment of someone assessing threat or calculating advantage, the moment of someone experiencing something genuinely unprecedented and choosing to be present for it rather than immediately managing it. Harry looked back. What he felt, standing in the presence of 3,000 years of accumulated power and intelligence, was not intimidation. It was something closer to the feeling you get standing at the edge of a very large geological feature, a canyon, a cliff, where the scale of the thing rearranges your spatial understanding without threatening your safety. Arrow was enormous in the way that old things are enormous. He was also, Harry thought, exactly what the letter had suggested, someone who had spent 3 millennia waiting for a conversation that required an equal. Harry Potter, said Arrow. His voice was extraordinary, warm and precise and carrying in it the specific resonance of something that had been speaking for 3,000 years and had a complete relationship with the instrument of its own voice. He said the name with genuine pleasure, the pleasure of something anticipated and finally arrived. Arrow, said Harry. A pause in which several things happened simultaneously. Arrow's expression moved through recognition and something that was not quite surprise and not quite confirmation but the specific quality of both at once, and two of the guards in the doorway made a very small involuntary adjustment, a micro-bow that was arrested almost before it began. Arrow felt it. His eyes moved briefly to them and then back to Harry, and something in his expression became more honest. "Ah," he said softly. "Yes. There it is." He came around the side of the table and sat, not at the head but in the middle, which positioned them obliquely rather than in direct opposition. A deliberate choice. He folded his hands on the dark wood and looked at Harry with those deep red eyes that were trying to do what they always did, read, know, understand, and finding the surface of Harry's mind smooth and unreachable and unimaginably deep. "You feel it," said Harry. "Like standing at the edge of something without a bottom," said Arrow. He said it with the equanimity of someone who had made peace with the sensation between Harry's letter arriving and this moment. "I had expected something significant. I had not expected," he paused. "This." He tilted his head slightly. "You are very young." "You were young once," said Harry. 3,000 years ago." Arrow's voice was dry in the way of someone who has long since found the absurdity of their own existence either funny or agonizing and has chosen funny. "I confess I remember it poorly." "I was told you felt the death," said Harry. "From here," said Arrow. "Yes. I was in this room, in fact, reading. I read constantly. It's one of the few pleasures that has not diminished with time," and the world shifted. He touched the surface of the table briefly, a tactile memory. Not a dramatic shift. A fundamental one. The way the quality of light changes when a very large cloud passes from the sun. I knew immediately that something old had moved. And now it's sitting across from you. And now it's sitting across from me. He looked at Harry steadily. "I sent Felix and Dimitri in Chelsea." What Chelsea reported, her ability found nothing to work with, said Harry. "Nothing," confirmed Arrow. "In 3,000 years, Chelsea has never returned with nothing. She was," he paused. "She was very precise about it. She said the connections she found were not the kind her ability could read. That they were built from something prior to her categories." He looked at Harry with genuine intellectual interest. "I found that fascinating." "You would," said Harry. "I would," Arrow agreed, without any defensiveness. "I have spent my existence collecting knowledge. Not as a hobby, as a survival strategy, as a political structure, as the organizing principle of everything I've built here. The idea that there exists a category of knowing that is prior to my collection is," he stopped. Something moved in his expression that was more honest than the careful conversational management that preceded it. "Profoundly disorienting." "And interesting," said Harry. "And interesting," Arrow said. "Yes. I have learned to find the disorienting things interesting rather than threatening. At 3,000 years, the capacity for the world to threaten you runs low. The capacity for it to interest you must be deliberately maintained." Harry looked at him. "That's honest." "I told you in the letter," said Arrow. "Honesty between people of genuine power is the only currency worth spending." He paused. "Though I should acknowledge, in my letter I said equal, and then when I met you I understood that equal is not precisely accurate either. Prior is the better word. You are prior, not superior. The difference matters." "Tell me how it matters to you," said Harry. Arrow was quiet for a moment. It was not a deflective silence, he was genuinely thinking, which Harry respected. Arrow had the quality of someone for whom thinking was a genuine pleasure rather than a procedure. "Superior would require a response," said Arrow. "Superior would mean my position is threatened," my structure is destabilized, my 3,000 years of work is called into question. He looked at Harry evenly. Prior is different. Prior means I built something on a foundation that was already there, without knowing it. Prior means there is a root system, under my architecture. One that I did not plant. He paused. One that is entirely capable of undermining my architecture from below if it chooses to. I'm not here to undermine your architecture, said Harry. I know, said Arrow. I knew from the letter. I knew from Felix's report. His eyes moved over Harry with that comprehensive attention that was so complete it felt like being read even when the mind was sealed. You are not interested in my position. I'm interested in the library, said Harry. I know. And here's something interesting happened. Arrow smiled, and the smile was the most genuine thing on his face so far, not the performed warmth of the letter's salutation but something that was real and specific and slightly rueful. The P.S., he said. You knew about the south wall. Vlad described the room in the journal. Arrow's eyes did something, a small, specific movement. He wrote about this library. He wrote about you, said Harry. About the empire you built. He called it impressive. A silence that had genuine weight in it. Arrow was still for several seconds, very still, in the specific way of something ancient that has been stopped by something it didn't expect. He knew about the Volturi, he said. He watched you build it. From a distance. Harry held his gaze. He watched you become the center of a system that had him as its existing center. He wrote about it without bitterness. Without bitterness, Arrow repeated. Something moved through his expression, not shame, not exactly, but something adjacent to it, the feeling of a man who has spent 3,000 years operating in the absence of something and is now understanding what that something was. He chose not to correct me. He chose to let you build, said Harry. He wrote that the world needed structure, and that the structure you were building, however it was premised, was accomplishing something real. He paused. He wasn't uncritical of you. He was simply fair. Arrow absorbed this. Outside the high windows, the Italian afternoon had deepened, going from gold to the specific amber of late European light. In the torchlit room, shadows had grown longer and the quiet had settled into something that was no longer the quiet of management or strategy but the quiet of two people sitting with something genuine between them. The library, said Arrow quietly. What do you expect to find? The complete record of the primordial bloodline, said Harry. The history of what I carry. All of it, not just the lineage texts, the practical records. What it does. How it moves in the world. The instances where it surfaced before and what happened. He paused. The gaps in Vlad's journal are the things he'd stopped paying attention to because they were obvious to him. The things obvious to a 3,000-year-old vampire are not necessarily obvious to a 17-year-old wizard. Hybrid, Arrow said. What? You are a hybrid. Wizard and primordial. That is, he stopped. That is unprecedented in the record. Thoroughly unprecedented. I have texts about the primordial blood and texts about the magical lineages and the intersection of the two is, he looked at Harry with that deep, comprehensive attention. The intersection is you. There are no precedents to consult. Harry looked at him steadily. Then the record ends where I begin. Arrow's expression, for a moment, was entirely unguarded. What was in it was wonder, plain and simple, the wonder of a 3,000-year-old collector encountering something that exists outside every collection. Yes, he said softly. It does. The doors at the far end of the room opened again. Jane came in first, small, slight, with a face that was structured for beauty and wore it with the specific blankness of someone for whom appearance had long since stopped being relevant in the way it was relevant to ordinary people. Her eyes were a deep burgundy and they went to Harry immediately with the absolute attention of someone locating a threat before anything else. She reached for it. Harry felt it, the precise mechanism of her ability, the specific frequency of it directed at him with the professional efficiency of something she'd done 10,000 times. It found nothing to hold. Like trying to strike sparks from water. Jane stopped walking. She looked at Harry with an expression that had passed through confusion and arrived at something more naked, the expression of someone whose entire identity has been organized around one certainty and has just found that certainty inapplicable. "Jane," said Arrow, gently. "Not today." Jane's expression closed, controlled. She moved to her position against the wall and stood with the absolute stillness of someone who was processing something privately and not prepared to show the processing. Alec came in behind her, and then the full guard, arranging themselves around the room with the precise choreography of a court that had been performing this particular arrangement for centuries. Felix was there, and Harry caught Felix's eyes across the room. Felix gave him a brief, fractional nod that communicated several things, among them a kind of satisfaction. And then Marcus and Caius. Caius came in with the specific energy of someone who had been told to expect something and had decided in advance not to be impressed by it and was finding his resolve tested. He was pale-haired and sharp-featured, and his expression was the expression of someone whose primary relationship to the world was a suspicious contempt that he had thoroughly justified to himself over 3,000 years. He looked at Harry and something happened in his body, that same involuntary adjustment the door guards had made, the microbow arrested, and his expression went, briefly, through something that looked like fury before it closed down entirely. Harry said nothing to that. Just noted it. Marcus was different from both of them in a way that Harry registered immediately as important. Where Arrow was engaged and Caius was controlled hostility, Marcus was simply present, here but elsewhere, existing in the room with the specific quality of someone for whom the present moment was not quite as real as somewhere else they perpetually were. His ability, Harry knew, was reading bonds between people, emotional connections, their strength and nature. He'd been using it for 3,000 years and had lost the person he'd most connected to 2 millennia ago and had not, the text suggested, fully returned from that loss. Marcus looked at Harry. And for the first time in what was probably a very long time, Marcus's eyes became completely present. He stood still for a long moment. Longer than any of the others had stood before the involuntary response, but what happened was not the microbow of the guards or the arrested fury of Caius. Marcus moved forward 2 steps and stood there, looking at Harry with those eyes that read connections, and his expression was something Harry had no precise category for, something that combined recognition with the specific quality of a person seeing color for the first time after a long gray absence. "Marcus," said Arrow quietly, watching. "The bonds," said Marcus. His voice was rarely used and showed it, quiet, precise, slightly unused. "What he carries. The connections between him and," he stopped. "Arrow. What he carries between him and the people he's chosen. I've read bonds for 3,000 years. He paused. I've never read bonds of this depth. He looked at Harry. "Who are they?" "People I trust," said Harry. "They are," Marcus stopped again. Then, with the directness of someone for whom social filtering had long since become irrelevant, "they are the most completely bonded human aggregate I have ever encountered. Not through compulsion. Not through shared fear. Through," he paused. "Through having genuinely chosen." "Yes," said Harry. "And you to them?" "Yes." Marcus was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, very quietly, so that only Harry and Arrow would catch it, "I thought that was gone from the world." Harry looked at him steadily. "It's not," he said. Something moved in Marcus's face, the long-stilled water of it rippling, briefly, with something that was not quite hope and not quite grief but the specific mixture of both that happens when something you have been certain is gone turns out not to be. He stepped back. He did not bow. He did something quieter and more final. He inclined his head, with the gravity of someone completing a motion that has been building for 2,000 years, and then he went to his seat and sat, and was present in a way he had not been present before. Caius looked at Marcus, then at Harry, and his controlled hostility acquired underneath it the very faint and very reluctant quality of someone whose certainty is being eroded by evidence and who has not yet decided whether to accept the erosion. Arrow looked at all of this and then looked at Harry, and his expression was the most open it had been. "I believe," he said, "we should see the library." The library was through 3 corridors and a set of iron doors that were not locked, not for Harry, something in the mechanism responding to his proximity the way the box on the deck had responded, the way old things recognized the right hands. They swung open as he approached, and Arrow, beside him, made a sound that was very small and very genuine. "In 3,000 years," said Arrow, "those doors have required a key." "They required the right person," said Harry. "Yes," said Arrow softly. "I suppose they did." The library was everything the journal had suggested and larger. Floor to ceiling, wall to wall, the stone room extending in both directions in a way that required more space than the architecture above should have permitted. Magic, Harry noted, recognizing the signature of it, old spellwork built into the structure centuries ago by someone who understood both the wizarding and the vampire traditions well enough to combine them. The south wall had tall narrow windows, and the afternoon light came through them in long bars, illuminating motes of dust that moved with the particular slowness of air that was very old and very undisturbed. He found it within 20 minutes. Not through searching, through the same mechanism that had found everything else. He moved along the south wall where the light was best, and his hand stopped at a specific section without his deciding to stop it, his palm resting on the spine of a volume that was not the oldest in the room but was the most relevant, the way a key is not always the most complex object in a room but is the most specific. He pulled it out. Arrow was at his elbow, not intrusively. He had maintained a respectful distance through the whole of the library, showing Harry the space of someone who understood that presence was more interesting when it was not crowding, and he looked at the volume with an expression that was complex. "That section," said Arrow. "I have read everything in that section. Multiple times, over multiple centuries." He paused. "There is a volume in that section that I have never been able to fully comprehend. The text is clear, the words are clear, but the meaning has always." He stopped. Harry opened the volume. The text was in a language that predated Latin, that predated Greek, that predated any written language he'd encountered in the wizarding world. He looked at it for a moment. He could read it. Not because he'd learned it, he hadn't. But the same mechanism that had been reading the journal, that had been translating Vlad's older passages with an ease he hadn't interrogated too closely, handled this text the same way. Like a word in a language you didn't know you knew because you'd never needed it before. He read for 3 minutes, standing in the south wall light. Then he closed the volume and held it for a moment. "Well," said Arrow, with the barely contained precision of someone who has spent centuries wanting to know something and is within reach of the answer. "It's not a history," said Harry. "You read it as a history. It's a set of instructions." Arrow blinked. "Instructions. For the compact," said Harry. "The arrangement that predates the Volturi. The structural relationship between the primordial line and everything that's developed from it." He looked at Arrow directly. "Including the Volturi." A silence. "I see," said Arrow. "You built your empire without this text being legible to you," said Harry. "Which means you built without knowing the full structure you were building inside of." He paused. "That's not a criticism. It's a fact." Arrow looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, with the intellectual honesty of someone who had spent 3,000 years privileging truth over comfort, "What does it say?" "About the structure. About the compact." Harry looked at the volume. At the south wall light. At Arrow, 3,000 years old, standing in his own library in front of a text he'd owned for centuries and never fully comprehended, waiting. "It says," said Harry, "that the primordial line is not a ruler. It's a bearing point. A reference. Everything else orients around it, not in submission but in calibration. The way navigation works, not because the North Pole commands anything, but because knowing where it is allows everything else to know where it is." Arrow absorbed this. And the Volturi, he said carefully, in this framework, a structure built within the system, said Harry. Not illegitimate. Not wrong. Built without full information about what it was built inside of. He met Arrow's eyes. But capable of being recalibrated. The word hung in the torchlit library air. Arrow looked at him for a very long time. 3,000 years of looking at things and knowing them completely, reduced now to looking at one young face and finding it as unreadable as the deep ocean and as present as gravity. Recalibrated, he said. Not dismantled. Not dismantled, said Harry. I don't tear down things that work. I align them. Arrow was quiet. Then, very slowly, he sat in the nearest chair, a movement that was not theatrical, just honest, the movement of a man who needs to sit because something significant has landed, and he looked at the volume in Harry's hand and then at Harry. What do you want? He said. Genuinely. No performance, no political framing. Just the question. Harry had been thinking about how to answer this for 3 weeks. Since Bella had asked it in the parking lot. Since he'd written the response to Arrow's letter at 1 a.m. with the creek running outside. Since he'd finished the journal on a Saturday morning and sat for a long time with it closed. A compact, he said. A real one. Not the Volturi's version of law, which is authority claiming to be structure. An actual agreement, between the primordial line, the Volturi, and the other factions of the supernatural world. Documented. Mutual. Built on the actual architecture of what exists rather than the architecture of what's convenient for whoever is currently in power. Arrow looked at him. That would require my authority to share the bearing point, said Harry. Not lose it. There's a difference. He held Arrow's gaze. Your empire exists because you understood something true, the supernatural world needs structure or it consumes itself. That's true. What's also true is that the structure you built has always been missing its foundation, which is why it periodically fails at the edges, why the factions it can't fully control keep creating crises. He paused. Fill in the foundation and the structure gets stronger. Not weaker. Arrow was very still. You said Harry, that you've spent 3,000 years being the most powerful thing in the room and now something prior has arrived. You said you'd chosen to make that interesting rather than threatening. He looked at Arrow directly. I'm asking you to make good on that choice. The library was completely silent. Somewhere far above, the city of Volterra continued its ordinary evening, tourists and local families and the smell of cooking from open windows and the sound of children and the completely indifferent Tuscan sky going from amber to violet in the usual way. Down here, in the stone room with the south wall light fading and the torches throwing their orange warmth on 3,000 years of accumulated knowledge, Arrow sat with the question that had arrived in 3 sentences 4 weeks ago and had been building toward this moment ever since. He extended his hand. Not to touch Harry, he was not reaching for Harry's mind, had not reached for it once in this entire conversation. He extended it in the manner of the gesture that predated handshakes, the open palm that said, I come without weapons. Harry looked at the hand. Then he looked at Arrow's face, at 3,000 years in it, at the intelligence and the loneliness and the genuine pride in what had been built and the genuine, reluctant recognition of what it had been built inside of. At a man who had spent his entire existence as the defining authority of his world and was now choosing, consciously and with full understanding of what it cost him, to locate something larger. Harry reached out and took the hand. Arrow's expression as the contact was made was extraordinary, not the usual Arrow, who received everything through touch and knew instantly the full history of whoever he held. Instead, the expression of someone holding a live current, the contact was there, the connection was there, but the information flow was entirely reversed. Not Arrow reading Harry. Something older and quieter moving from Harry through the contact, steady and deep as a tide, filling whatever space in Arrow had been built for exactly this and left empty for 3,000 years. Arrow closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were the same deep red as before, but the quality of the light in them had shifted, the way the quality of light shifts when the source of it changes. "All right," said Arrow quietly. "A compact." He released Harry's hand. Harry stepped back. He held the volume against his side and looked at Arrow, this ancient, extraordinary, singular thing, and felt something settle in the library around them, the way old stones settle after a very long stress, finding a new stable configuration. "I'll need 2 weeks to draft the terms," said Harry. "You'll have them." Arrow stood. Something in his posture was different, not diminished, not reduced. Arranged differently. The posture of something that has found its correct position in a system it misunderstood for 3 millennia. "You'll have anything you need. The library is yours for as long as you require it." "I'm taking this volume," said Harry, indicating the one in his hand. "Of course," said Arrow. "And I'm going back to Forks when I'm done here." Arrow looked at him. "Forks," he said, with the specific tone of someone for whom the name carries its topographical implications. "A small town in Washington." "Yes. You could," he stopped himself. "Tried again. You intend to base yourself there?" "It's home," said Harry simply. Arrow looked at him for a moment. Something moved in his expression that was very human for a 3,000-year-old vampire, something that understood the word home and what it meant and felt, very briefly, the specific weight of not having had one. "Then Forks," said Arrow, and the word was gracious. Harry turned to go. At the iron doors, he stopped. "Arrow," he said without turning. "Yes. The south wall. I told you the light was better there." A pause. Then, with the dry precision of the PS returned, "You were correct. I have already arranged to have the text moved." Harry left the library. He moved through the stone corridors with the volume under his arm, through the passages where guards stood and the old dark moved. Jane watched him pass from her position near an arch, and her expression was not what it had been when he arrived, not the professional threat assessment, not the frustrated attempt of her ability finding nothing. Something more complicated. Something that was the beginning of a question she hadn't asked yet. He nodded to her as he passed. She blinked. After a moment, she nodded back. The escort took him to the surface. He came up through the clock tower into the Volterra evening, the piazza lit with preparations for the festival, tourists moving, the smell of cooking and old stone, the sky a deep clear violet over the Tuscan hills. He stood for a moment in the open air and let the evening settle around him. In his hand, the volume. In his chest, the pilot light, burning steady and bright and completely certain of itself, the way it had been burning since a box appeared on a wet deck at 4 a.m. in the smallest town in Washington. He took out his phone. He texted Carlyle. "Coming home. Bring the family. We have work to do." A pause. Then, "How did it go?" Harry looked out over the piazza. The Tuscan evening. The very old hills. "He's going to cooperate," he sent back. He didn't have a choice. "Neither did I, really. Are you all right?" Harry stood in the Volterra evening for a moment. He thought about Arrow's expression when the contact was made. About Marcus's inclined head. About Jane's nod. About the iron doors swinging open before he touched them. About the weight of the volume in his hand. About the creek behind his house, running over stones. "Yes," he sent. "Tell Bella I found the documentation." He put his phone in his pocket and walked across the piazza toward the road that led down the hill, out of the old city, back toward the ordinary world that didn't know any of this had happened and never would, and that was exactly as it should be. The city behind him, old and heavy and permanent. The road ahead. Home. Chapter 8, The Blood Throne. He drove back to Florence with the window down. The Tuscan night came through it, warm and dark and smelling of something he didn't have a word for, the specific quality of old European land that has been cultivated and tended and fought over for so many thousand years that the earth itself carries a kind of density, history compressed into soil. He drove with one hand on the wheel and the old volume on the passenger seat and let the road move under him without thinking about where he'd just been. He was thinking about Forks. The creek. The specific gray of the sky in the mornings. The way the forest stood at the edge of everything, indifferent and permanent and somehow reassuring in its indifference. Emily's kitchen. Sam's careful steadiness. Jacob's honest belligerence that had been, from the second day, the most straightforward offer of connection he'd received from anyone in a long time. Leah's watching from the edges of things with those sharp honest eyes. Carlyle's library. The study with its warm lamp circles. Alice curled on the arm of the leather sofa. Jasper by the window. Emmett's laugh, which was genuinely the most uncomplicated sound Harry had encountered in years. Rosalie's auditing expression becoming, by degrees, something with warmth underneath it. Edward saying, "Come back, then." Bella saying, "Come back from Italy, Harry." He was on a flight out of Florence at 6 the next morning. He slept the entire 9 hours, which was the first time he'd slept on a plane in his life. Seattle was raining. He drove from Seattle Tacoma to Forks in the dark, 3 hours with the windows up this time and the heater running and the old volume on the passenger seat, and he pulled into his driveway at 2 in the morning and sat in the car for a moment listening to the creek before he went inside. The house was exactly as he'd left it. The journal box on the bedroom shelf. 2 mugs on the drying rack. The kitchen table where he'd written both letters in the middle of the night. He put the kettle on. He sat at the table and opened the old volume from Arrow's library and read for 2 hours, beginning to end, the full text with the full comprehension that the primordial blood provided. Not translating, understanding, which was a different and more complete process. The compact as it had been written 3,000 years before the Volturi existed, before wizard and vampire traditions had diverged enough to stop speaking to each other, when the supernatural world was young enough to understand that it needed a structure that was not simply the structure of whoever was currently strongest. What it described was both simpler and more radical than he'd told Arrow in the library. He'd told Arrow the part Arrow could receive that evening. The rest he'd understood on the drive to Florence and spent the flight consolidating. When the tea was gone and the window had gone from black to gray and the creek was running loud in the morning silence, he closed the volume. He made more tea. He sat with it. He had the shape of what needed to happen. He had the text to ground it in. He had 3 weeks of Forks relationships and a conversation in an ancient library and a 3,000-year-old vampire's reluctant, genuine cooperation. What he needed now were the people. He texted Carlyle at 6 a.m. "I'm back. Can we meet this afternoon?" The response was instantaneous, which meant either Carlyle didn't sleep, which he didn't, or he'd been waiting. "We'll be there at 4. All of us, if that's all right." "Yes," sent Harry. "Tell Sam as well." A pause. "Sam Yulee." "Yes. And Jacob if he wants to come. Tell Emily she can come too if she'd like." "All right. This is going to be interesting." "It's going to be necessary," Harry corrected. "Which is better?" He put his phone down, took a shower, made eggs, and sat with the volume for 3 more hours reading the specific passages about implementation. About what the compact looked like in practice, how it had functioned in the centuries before Arrow's ambition reorganized the world's supernatural power structure, what the daily reality of it had been for the factions that lived inside it. It had not been a throne. That was the thing he kept returning to. Every human instinct when faced with the text's implications wanted to frame it as a throne, a seat of power, a ruling position, a king above other kings. The text refused that framing persistently and precisely. The bearing point was not above the system. It was not outside the system. It was the fixed reference inside the system that allowed everything else to know where it was. A compass needle is not above north. It simply points to it. He thought about that for a long time. They arrived at 4, which in practice meant everyone arrived between 3:50 and 4:10, which told Harry something about how each of them related to punctuality and by extension to everything else. Carlyle and Esme first, precisely on time, Carlyle with the old texts he'd gathered at Harry's request last week, Esme with enough food to feed a small population, which she produced from what appeared to be a single bag in the way of someone who had been solving hospitality logistics for 300 years and was very good at it. Alice and Edward together, Edward carrying the specific stillness of someone who had been managing enormous relief since 6 a.m. and was not going to show all of it. Alice read Harry's face in the doorway and smiled, small and certain, the smile of someone whose inability to see his future had not stopped her from being right about him anyway. Emmett arrived at 4:03 making a sound that was somewhere between a greeting and an exclamation, went straight to Harry, and gripped his shoulder with the calibrated strength of someone who had remembered to be careful at the last moment. "You're back," he said, with the uncomplicated satisfaction of someone for whom the fact covered everything that needed covering. "I'm back," said Harry. "Italy," said Emmett. "Italy," confirmed Harry. "Did you?" Emmett started to ask, then looked at Harry's face and apparently decided the answer was available without asking. "Yeah," he said. "Obviously." He grinned and went to find food. Rosalie came in behind him and said nothing, which was itself a kind of communication. She looked at Harry once, directly, with those clear auditing eyes, found whatever she was looking for, and gave him a single nod that was the Rosalie Hale equivalent of an embrace. Jasper came last of the Cullens, and he and Harry exchanged a look in the doorway that covered the full tactical account of Volterra without requiring a word, the look of two people who had sat through the same debrief from opposite ends. Sam arrived at 4:10 with Emily, who walked into the small house and immediately began helping Esme with the food situation in the instinctive collaboration of two people who both expressed care through feeding people and recognized a kindred approach. Within 3 minutes they were talking about spices. Harry watched this from the hallway with a feeling he couldn't fully categorize, something warm and slightly wide, like opening a door and finding more room behind it than expected. Jacob came alone, without the pack, which meant Sam had communicated something about the nature of this meeting that Jacob had decided to respect. He came in, looked around at the assembled company, Cullens and wolves and humans in a small kitchen in the smallest town in Washington, and said, to Harry specifically, "You look annoyingly fine for someone who just went to Volterra alone." "I told you I was coming back," said Harry. "Yeah, but I didn't," Jacob stopped. "You know what, never mind. You're back. Good." He moved past Harry and found Quill and Embry near the food, who had apparently arrived with Sam and been absorbed by the kitchen situation. Bella came at 4:15, which was the most Bella timing possible, not late, not early, not performing punctuality in either direction. She walked in, looked at Harry standing in his own hallway, and her expression did the specific thing it did when she found the world confirming rather than contradicting what she'd decided to trust. "Documentation," she said. He held up the volume from Arrow's library. She looked at it. "That's a very old book. 3,000 years, approximately. And it says what you thought it would say?" "More," said Harry. "It says more than I thought." She looked at him steadily. "Good more or complicated more?" "Both," he said. "Mostly good." She nodded and went inside. They gathered in the living room and the kitchen both, the house too small to contain everyone in a single room, which created a natural arrangement where people clustered by the dynamics of their relationships rather than by instruction, which Harry preferred. He could see and be heard from both spaces. He stood in the doorway between the two rooms with the volume in his hands and looked at the assembled faces. Carlyle's careful attention. Alice's sharp readiness. Edward's controlled stillness, managing the residual relief that he hadn't yet allowed himself to fully express. Emmett eating with the unabashed enthusiasm of someone for whom food was a genuine pleasure even if unnecessary. Rosalie watching. Jasper precise and present. Esme in the kitchen with Emily, both of them creating the specific background warmth of people who have decided that feeding others is their contribution to a serious moment. Sam near the window, hands in his pockets, with the same quality he'd had in Harry's kitchen 3 weeks ago, the steady weight of a man carrying responsibility and carrying it willingly. Jacob leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, present in the honest, restless way he was present for everything. Bella on the sofa beside the arm where Alice usually sat. Harry thought about the compact. About what the text described. About bearing points and navigation and the difference between authority and orientation. He put the volume on the coffee table. "I'm going to tell you what happened in Volterra," he said. "And then I'm going to tell you what I need from you. And then I'm going to explain what I think is going to happen next, and you can argue with me about any of it, because the arguing will improve the outcome." "You want us to argue with you," said Jacob. "I want you to think," said Harry. "The arguing is optional but usually helpful." He glanced at Jacob. "In your case probably unavoidable." Jacob's mouth twitched. "Fair." Harry told them about Volterra. Not a performance, a clean, direct account, the kind of after-action report that respects its audience enough to give them the unmediated facts. The library. The iron doors. Arrow's expression when they shook hands. Marcus and the bonds. Jane and her inability to reach him. Caius and his reluctant, unwilling response that Harry thought would take longer to resolve than the others but would resolve. He told them what the volume said about the compact. He held nothing back, not the scale of it, not the implications, not the parts that were still unresolved. The room listened with the comprehensive attention of people who understood that they were not being given a report. They were being given a position. When he finished, the room was quiet for a long moment. Carlyle spoke first. "The compact as you're describing it, the Volturi would be required to acknowledge a foundational authority that supersedes theirs." Arrow agreed to this. "He agreed to recalibrate," said Harry. "Not to dismantle. His structure remains. His governance of day-to-day supernatural law remains. What changes is the premise, instead of the Volturi as the absolute origin of supernatural authority, the Volturi as the primary administrative structure within a system that has a different origin point. And that origin point is you," said Rosalie. "Not an accusation. A fact being tested for accuracy." "The bloodline," said Harry. "I'm the current instance of it. The structure doesn't depend on me personally, it depends on the compact being real, being documented, being agreed to by the relevant parties." "Which parties?" said Sam, from the window. Harry looked at him. "Volturi. The wolf packs, not just La Push, all of them, but La Push is the starting point. The surviving old vampire lines that predate the Volturi's authority. And the wizarding world, eventually, though that's a longer conversation that I'm not opening today." "The wizarding world doesn't know this is happening," said Edward. "Not yet." Harry looked at him. "One thing at a time." "Arrow agreed to the compact," said Jasper, from his position near the window. "Not a question, working through the logic." "What did he receive in exchange?" "Legitimacy," said Harry. "Real legitimacy, not the kind you construct by having enough power to enforce your claims. The compact acknowledges what he built. It doesn't erase it, it grounds it. His empire, acknowledged within the compact, is more stable than his empire as a freestanding claim to absolute authority." He paused. He understood this immediately. That's why he agreed. Jasper was quiet for a moment. Then, "He's been operating on a foundation he didn't know was missing." "You showed him the foundation?" "Yes. And he's smart enough to understand that a building is better with one?" "Yes." Jasper looked at him steadily. "That's either the most elegant resolution of a 3,000-year power structure I've ever witnessed or a very large gamble." "Both," said Harry. "Like most things worth doing." Emmett made a sound. "What happens to Jane?" he said, with the directness of someone asking the question everyone was skirting. Harry thought about Jane in the corridor as he left. The nod. The beginning of a question on her face. "Jane's loyalty is to Arrow," he said. "When Arrow's position is genuinely stable rather than contingently maintained, Jane's loyalty becomes less fraught." She spent 3,000 years protecting something that she believed needed protecting because it was under permanent threat. If the threat changes, she changes, said Alice quietly. Or she has the room to, said Harry. I'm not going to make predictions about Jane. But I don't think she's fixed. Caius is, said Edward. Caius will take longer, Harry agreed. But Caius is also 3,000 years old and has watched the world change enough times to have a functional relationship with things he doesn't choose. He'll adapt. He paused. Eventually. Jacob unfolded his arms. What does this mean for the pack? Harry turned to him. The compact explicitly includes the spirit warrior lineages, he said. Which means the Quileute Treaty with the Cullens becomes a subset of a larger agreement, not a bilateral arrangement that can be destabilized by either party. Your pack's right to this territory, your pack's right to exist and operate within your tradition, those are compact rights. Not negotiated rights. Foundational. Jacob looked at him for a long moment. Something moved in his face, the same thing that had moved in Marcus's face in the library, the specific quality of something that has been carrying a weight for a long time and has just been told the weight has a different name than they thought. Not lighter. But differently named. And the law push wolves accept the compact, said Sam. It was not a question. It was Sam doing what Sam did, taking the inventory of what was being asked and assessing whether it was right. Which means accepting that the primordial bloodline is, what it is. What you are. Yes, said Harry. Sam was quiet. We already do, he said. We've known since the Ridge. The formal acknowledgement is just, documentation. Like Bella said Harry. Bella looked up from the sofa. I said you were going to Volterra for documentation, she said. I didn't know I was talking about all of this. Neither did I, said Harry. Not completely. Not until the library. He looked at her. But you were right about what the trip was for. I already knew the thing. I needed the text. And now you have the text, she said. And now I have the text. She looked at him for a moment. So what's the actual next step? Practically. Today. This was the thing he'd been building toward since the kitchen table at 2 in the morning. The part that was not political architecture or supernatural compact theory but simply the question of what you do with the first morning after the significant thing has happened. I draft the compact document, he said. With Carlyle's help for the supernatural law components and Jasper's help for the structural elements and, he glanced at Jacob. Your input on the pack's terms. Because those terms need to be right and I'm not going to write them without the people they apply to in the room. Jacob looked at him. You want us in the drafting process. I want everyone at this table in the drafting process, said Harry. Because a document written by one person about what other people should agree to is not a compact. It's a decree. I've had enough of other people's decrees. He paused. This one gets built together. The room was quiet for a moment. Then Carlyle said, when do we start? Now, said Harry. If people are willing. They stayed until midnight. Not all of them, the full group gradually resolved itself into a working core of Carlyle, Jasper, Sam, Jacob, and Bella, with Edward present as a sounding board and Alice drifting in and out with the specific usefulness of someone who cannot see the future of the central person in the room but can see everyone else's responses to the ideas being discussed and knows, therefore, which ideas are landing and which ones need reconsideration. Emmett and Esme and Emily held the kitchen, which produced 3 rotations of food and the specific low background conversation of people who have decided their job is to support the work rather than be part of it, and who do that job with complete seriousness. Rosalie sat at the edge of the working group and read through the volume from Arrow's library with the focus of someone doing a genuine legal audit, and twice she interrupted the conversation with a specific question about language that saved the group from imprecision that would have caused problems later. Neither time did she make anything of it. Harry wrote. Not alone, Carlyle drafted clauses, Sam amended language about pack rights and territory, Jacob argued about specific phrasing with the honest belligerence that Harry had predicted would be helpful, and Bella asked the questions that nobody else thought to ask because nobody else was sitting outside every existing framework and therefore able to see the assumptions inside it. The document that emerged after 8 hours was 43 pages long. It was not elegant, it was a working draft, with marginal notes and crossed-out phrases and 2 sections marked "Return to this" in Carlyle's precise handwriting. It was also, Harry thought, reading back through it at 11:30 while the others moved around him in the quiet way of people who had been working for a long time, genuinely right. Not perfect, it would go through revisions, Arrow would have amendments, the process of finalizing it would take months. But the architecture of it was right. The foundation was in it. The text from Arrow's library sat at the preamble, translated into accessible language, and what it said about bearing points and navigation and the relationship between origin and structure was clear and grounded and real. He put his pen down. Jacob was asleep on the sofa. He'd been fighting it for an hour before his body made the decision without his input, which Harry had found quietly endearing. Sam was at the window again, his default position, reading the last section with his careful steadiness. Jasper and Carlyle were talking quietly in the corner about a specific clause in the Volturi section, 2 precise minds doing the thing they did, which was thinking until they got it right. Bella was still at the table across from him. She'd been reading his handwritten draft sections and making notes in pencil, small, specific notes that were consistently useful, and she'd been doing it for the last 2 hours with the focused quiet of someone who found this kind of work genuinely engaging rather than obligatory. She looked up and found him looking at her. 43 pages, she said. Approximately. That's a lot of documentation. It's a large world, said Harry. She looked at the pages in front of her. The section on humans, she said. You spent 3 pages on it. Yes. More than any other category. Yes. She looked at him. Why? He thought about the honest answer. Because everything in the supernatural world exists in relation to humans. Vampires, wolves, wizards, every category, humans are the context. The world that contains all of this is a human world. He paused. The compact exists to manage the supernatural world's relationship to itself. But if it doesn't acknowledge what it exists inside of, if it treats the human world as a backdrop rather than a fact, it has the same flaw Arrow's empire had. It's built without knowing what it's built inside of. Bella was quiet for a moment. You wrote 3 pages about protecting people who don't know they need protecting and never will. Yes. And you're not, she stopped. Chose the words. You don't find that thankless? No, said Harry. The best things are usually thankless. Someone reorganized a 3,000-year-old vampire's library in an afternoon because the system was irrational. He thanked her. But she would have done it anyway. Bella looked at him for a long moment. Then she put her pencil down. You talk about your mother a lot, she said. Not constantly. But she's in almost everything you say. He was quiet. She was the best person I know of, he said, finally. That's not grief. That's just accurate. Bella absorbed this. I think, she said carefully, that you've been building toward being that for other people. Since before you knew what you were. She met his eyes. You didn't need the blood to tell you what kind of person to be. You already knew. He looked at her across the kitchen table, the 43 pages of working draft between them, the low voices of the others in the room behind her, the creek outside running over stones in the dark. You ask the right questions, he said. I know, she said. You told me. People left by 1s and 2s after midnight. Sam carried Jacob to his truck. Jacob woke up halfway through this and was deeply offended but too tired to do much about it. Jasper and Carlyle left with copies of the draft sections that needed separate work. Esme and Emily had finished in the kitchen and said their goodbyes with the specific warmth of people who intend to do this again and both know it. Edward was the last of the Cullens. He stood at the door with the draft in his hands, reading something, and then he looked up at Harry. The preamble, he said. The section from the Volterra text. Yes. You translated it into, you made it plain language. Not simplified. Just plain. That's what it needed, said Harry. Edward looked at the page for another moment. It reads, he said slowly, like something that's been true for a very long time and has just been said out loud for the first time. He looked up. Does that make sense? Yes, said Harry. That's exactly what it is. Edward was quiet. Then he handed the draft back. It's good, he said, and from Edward, who had been reading everything ever written for 100 years and whose standard was accordingly severe, this landed with the weight it carried. Thank you, said Harry. Edward looked at him for a moment with that expression that had started as frustrated bafflement and had moved through surprise and reluctant trust and something like gratitude and had now arrived at something simpler and more permanent, the expression of someone who has found a fixed point of their own and organized themselves around it with the quiet completeness of a long process reaching its end. Welcome home, said Edward, and left. Bella was still there. She was at the kitchen table with the last of her tea, cold, which she didn't appear to notice, and she was looking at the volume from Arrow's library, not reading it, just looking at the cover. You should sleep, said Harry. So should you, she said. I will. He sat across from her. The kitchen was the cleanest it had been since he arrived. Esme and Emily had quietly managed that somewhere between the working session and the farewells. The creak was loud in the silence. Bella. H.M. When you said I was going to Volterra for documentation. He looked at her. What did you actually mean? At the time. She thought about it honestly, the way she thought about everything. I meant that you weren't going to find out who you were from Arrow, she said. You already knew who you were. You were going to find out what to call it. She paused. The difference matters. People spend their lives looking for definitions of themselves in other people's libraries. The ones who are actually, okay, they already know, and the library is just, confirmation. You're talking about yourself, he said. She looked at him. Sometimes, she said. When I say the right thing about someone else I usually am. What are you confirming, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Outside, the creek. The forest. The particular fork's silence that he had come to recognize as its own kind of sound, not the absence of noise but the presence of something older than noise, something patient. That I belong here, she said. In this. Whatever this is. She looked at the volume. Not adjacently. Actually. Harry looked at her. You're not adjacent, he said. You haven't been since the parking lot conversation. Since you asked if I actually wanted any of this. The compact has a section on humans, she said. Yes. 43 pages and 3 of them are specifically about making sure the supernatural world doesn't treat the human world as a backdrop. She met his eyes. That's not accidental. No, he said. It's not. She nodded once, slowly, the nod of someone completing a thought that has been building for 3 weeks. Good, she said, and finished her cold tea and stood up. I should go. Yes, said Harry. At the door she paused. The compact, she said. When it's finalized. When it's actually in place. She looked at him. What does Forks become? He'd been thinking about this since the drive back from Florence. Since the library. Since the preamble he'd written at 2 in the morning that had come out of him with the ease of something that had been building toward expression for a long time. Whatever it's always been, he said. Small. Quiet. Full of people who don't know any of this is happening and whose lives are better for the fact that it is. He paused. And home. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, I think Forks was waiting for you. I think I was waiting for Forks, said Harry. She smiled, the full one, not the almost, and it was the most unguarded thing he'd seen on her face in 3 weeks. "Good night, Harry," she said, and left. He stood in the doorway watching her tail lights disappear through the trees. Then he went back inside and sat at the kitchen table with the 43 pages and the volume from Arrow's library and the box on the bedroom shelf and the letter in his breast pocket that had started all of this, and he thought about what he was going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow was a school day. He was going to make eggs. He was going to drive to Forks High School in the rain. He was going to sit in biology next to Edward and work through whatever the curriculum had arrived at, and eat lunch at the Cullen table, which was his table now, and after school he was going to come home and work on the compact draft. And at some point, not tomorrow, not next week, but at some point, he was going to read the rest of the journal sections he hadn't reached yet. He was going to have the conversation with the wizarding world, which was going to be the most complicated conversation of everything that had happened, because the wizarding world had been pretending the rest of the supernatural landscape didn't exist for so long that the pretending had become structural. He was going to deal with Caius's reluctant adaptation with whatever patience it required. He was going to run with the pack when Sam and Jacob were ready. He was going to have dinner in Emily's kitchen again. And he was going to continue being whatever the combination of James Potter's son and Lily Evans's son and Vlad Dracula's son had produced in the specific, unrepeatable way that those 3 inheritances had combined: not a throne, not a king, not an authority in the conventional sense. A bearing point. A reference. Something the world could orient around when it needed to know where it was. Not because he had chosen it. Because he was it, and being it honestly was better than performing something smaller. He pulled the letter from his breast pocket. He read it one more time. "If you are reading this, the blood has finally spoken loudly enough. I will not begin with apologies. Apologies imply I would have chosen differently, and I would not." He folded it. Not back into his pocket, he set it flat on the table, open, the way you set something down when you're done carrying it and ready to let it be what it is. He thought about his mother, who had argued with a 3,000-year-old vampire about his organizational system and been right. Who had been in love with James Potter and said so on the second day because she thought honesty was respectful. Who had looked at what was in her son before he was born and named him Harry because the name was hers and she wanted it, and had made sure that the man she loved would be his father in every way that a person can be a father to someone. He thought about James Potter, who he'd known through photos and stories and the brief, incandescent appearance at the end of a wand in a graveyard, who had been good and brave and funny and deeply, completely, unreservedly Harry's father. He thought about Vlad Dracula, dry and precise and 3,000 years old, who had written a journal for a son he'd never met with the same thoroughness he brought to everything, who had watched a woman reorganize his library and kept it her way, who had said you are more than adequate in the register of a man for whom understatement was the highest praise. He was all 3 of them. He was also none of them. He was 17 years old, sitting at a kitchen table in the smallest town in Washington at 1 a.m. with a 43-page working draft of a compact that was going to change how the supernatural world understood itself, and a cup of tea that had gone cold, and a creek outside his window that ran over stones with the unbroken patience of something that had been doing this for a very long time and would continue doing it regardless of whatever happened among the temporary creatures on its banks. He was home. He got up, rinsed his mug, and went to bed. He lay in the dark and listened to the creek for a moment. Then he slept. He dreamed of nothing in particular, which was the best possible dream, the dream of someone who has put down everything they were carrying and closed their eyes and trusted the morning to be the morning when it arrived. It arrived, as mornings do, whether you're ready for it or not. He was ready. Outside, the forest stood deep and green in the early gray light, and the creek ran, and somewhere in the trees a wolf moved silent and easy through familiar territory, running the perimeter, doing what the pack did in the old way that had always been done, bearing witness to the world as it was, steady and patient and unchanging under all the change. And in a small house at the edge of it, Harry Potter, son of James and Lily and Vlad, the blood prince of nothing and the bearing point of everything, slept without dreaming until the alarm went off at 7 and he got up and made eggs and drove to school in the rain. The creek kept running. The compact waited on the kitchen table. The world, as it always had, continued.